Welcome in, everyone. Yeah, here we go. Welcome in, everybody. Let's get to it. Oh, that's nice. That's real nice. Get your asses grooving on in here. Welcome in, everybody. Okay. That was a little tune I made yesterday. I was feeling under the weather. I was feeling a bit sick. And I was working and I got some work done and I was like, I should go lay down. And then as I went up to go lay down, it just needed like a 10-minute little lay down. And as I was walking, I was like, oh, that'd be nice. And so I just went and made it. All right, so we have a bunch of people coming in. I don't know if I'll run this background the whole night. I'll give it a shot. We'll try it out a little bit, but I might move it around a bit too. This one, these ones that just like have one question kind of like are a little bit of conversation killers, because they would come up and be like yes or no, and then that's like the end of it. You know what I mean? I enjoy it though. I do enjoy it. It's a good question. I think it's a good question. But we'll maybe run it for a little bit and we'll see how it goes. All right, Lilith, thank you so much for setting everything up. Lilith over there with the tube stakes. Does that count as one? Does that count as one? All right, now let me... I always got to fix my background because I'm an idiot. Hold on. All right, Kevin, welcome in. How old are you? What's your religion?
I'm 45 and I'm Catholic.
All right. Well, if the God that you believe in were evil, do you think you would be able to know?
No.
All right. So maybe he is.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Well, think it's safe to like worship what might be an evil god?
Do I think it's safe to worship what might be an evil god? I don't know.
Cam, I did it. Hold on a second. Cam, I did set it as one. Per your request. Sorry, I have to talk to the chat for a second. Did it not work? It's possible that they haven't approved it yet, but I totally did, did do it. It should be in there. Is there a new sticker of me in the tinfoil hat? No, I don't. I also don't know like what it means to be a subscriber anymore, or like how to get access to stickers. Like I don't like it doesn't mean anything because TikTok is a mess. They're probably still approving it. Sometimes it takes a little while, but they did let the dick drawing through, so I don't know what they're doing. My face is more offensive than a dick drawing, of course. So, sorry about that, Kevin. You were saying you worship God or something for some reason.
Yeah, no, you're good, man. I was actually kind of trolling there. I know you said that you don't like when people come up and do one word answers, yes or no. So I was like, yeah.
Oh yeah, but I mean, are you a real Catholic?
Am I a real Catholic? I mean, I think I'm a real Catholic. It depends, I guess, what a real Catholic is.
Like you believe in God and stuff.
Oh yeah, that part, yeah.
Oh, okay. So do you really think that maybe he's evil?
No, I don't actually think he's evil, in my opinion.
But you're right before that you wouldn't know.
I mean, if an all-knowing, omnipotent, I mean, by definition, I would say it's not possible. But if God were like not all good and was like, I want to troll people and make them feel dumb or something, like if he has that kind of power, then like, how would I know? If I tease that out, you know?
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't really know. It's kind of risky. I mean, it's a little bit of a like Uno reverse card to Pascal's wager. You know what I mean? You know about that wager?
I mean, dude, I'm not going to claim like I remember like hearing it.
Yeah,
like,
it's okay. I mean, it's an abstract.
I can't remember exactly.
We talk about it all the time, so I always like think it's like common vernacular, but it's not. Normal people don't know about stuff like this, but it's this Blaise Pascal, I think his name was Blase. What was his name? He came up with this thing called Pascal's wager. He named it after himself because he's a
narcissist.
Yeah, you know,
freak,
classic.
Jeez.
I would never do that, but he did.
I would.
I guess I did invent Mezzo's razor. That's true.
So you lied.
Yeah, but it's better. But his thing was like, if you if you have like nothing to lose by being a Christian, you have nothing to lose by like acting like you believe, then why not just do it? Because you might go to that's right, Shark. You might go to heaven, which would be great. But you also like if you don't believe, you'll go to hell. So the wager is like you might as well at least like pretend like you believe and try to go to heaven because you have like everything to lose if hell is real. And there's a lot of arguments against it. Like it's been kind of like debunked. People still talk about it all the time, but it's like, you know, debunked. But this is kind of one of the debunks. Like, well, what if God is actually evil? And this is just like, you know, his way of tricking people into thinking they're going to go to heaven if they believe in him. But for us atheists who don't, we get a free pass to the real heaven. And you know what I mean? Like there's no way to know.
Have you ever seen I think it was Family Guy episode where Bin Laden is, you know, committing a bunch of terrorist acts, and then right before he's about to be murdered, he accepts Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior, and he makes it into heaven, and he like dies obviously, and the next scene he's like, "Oh, I made it."
Classic move. No, I haven't seen that one, but yeah, I mean that works. like that would technically work, I think, under Catholicism. You guys, I think, even can do it after death, right? You can do you guys do the thing where you baptize dead people?
We do hold a purgatory. I don't know if you could. Yeah, you could be you could be baptized by fire if you were in like, if you were like convinced and you know, like shown in your heart that you were like actively about to like, you know, convert or whatever you.
Well, yeah, it was said in chat here, but that's a true thing that Jeffrey Dahmer did. He ended up like you know, repenting while he was in jail and got baptized and ended up going to heaven. If it's true, I mean, I don't think he did, but that's what the like religious view is that he did. So,
yeah,
kind of weird.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If, and I know you're not going to grant me the if, but just for S and G's, which is, I'm keeping it PG because I don't know how TikTok acts with the, you know, if I were to drop the S word, but S and giggles. If we just tease out.
Oh, I thought you meant sluts.
I did. What did you think I meant?
Slutty giggles?
Yeah. I didn't know you could say that, but
That's my
but
sluttiest giggle.
that was pretty good. That was very hard on the slutty too. If God was real and you didn't know it, but you wanted to know, what would you need? Like, what would have to happen for you to like be convinced?
Yeah, I mean, he could just like tell me, right? Like he could reveal himself to me and say, like, I'm God, I'm real, and you're convinced now, and I'd be like, okay. Like if he's God, he could do anything, literally anything, to convince me. And also just like
you could just dream him, and he's just like, "Yo, I'm here, dude."
if I was dreaming,
forget
I
to
probably wouldn't believe it. I
in
would
me.
think it was just a dream. It'd have to be like while I was awake.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, give me like an actual like, come on, like like paint a picture. Would it be like he comes in the flesh, kind of like Jesus style, or like
It'd be
what?
like walk through my wall and say, I'm Jesus, I'm real. And then he'd like, cure my family of all the like sicknesses that they have. And then he'd be like, just believe in me and come hang out with me in heaven. And I'd be like filled with the Holy Spirit, and then I would believe.
That's it. That's all it would take.
Yeah. If he convinced me, I would be convinced. You know what I mean? It's just because like we do these tests sometimes here where
How
we'll
do you know
try.
you wouldn't just be like deny the like, dude, I was tripping balls or something like that. I had some fucking bad Indian food last night.
Well, yeah, because he would do it
fucked me
like
up.
with my
Like,
wife. Like my wife would confirm it, like with two people in the room. To
oh, okay,
confirm
all right.
it.
So it's not just you. That's all right. Yeah, it's not just you. That's like having this. Yeah, it would be like obviously a public revelation or something.
Yeah, I think that would work. Yeah, totally. I mean, like, so the test that we run here sometimes is because I'm in my garage. I know it looks like I have like this backdrop, but this is actually a green screen. I don't know if you believe that or not. It's a black curtain, but I'm in my garage and it's like an electric garage door opener. And we ask people like, hey, pray for God to reveal himself by opening my garage. It's like 60 watts or something to flip the switch on. Not that big a deal. I would still look into it. I'd be like, did my wife open the garage just at the coincidental same time? Like I would check it, but it would be really convincing if in that moment that happened for sure. I'd be like, maybe I should go to church. You know what I mean? But usually people kind of refuse to even do the test because they know it's not, God doesn't do that.
How would you know it's not like Satan like fucking with you? Like he's like, yo, I'm gonna dress up like Elizabeth Hurley in an angel outfit, and I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna cure some diseases, yo, and then.
Yeah, I mean that might have been what Jesus was, right? Because if you, I thought about this before, where like the old law was you have to sacrifice animals to atone for your sins, and
Obviously.
then you get to, once you do that, you get to go to heaven. But Satan's like, I want more people in hell, so what I'm gonna do is make them think they don't have to do that anymore. I'm gonna pretend I'm the sacrificial lamb and pretend I'm Jesus. And I'll go do some miracles and heal a few people and they'll think I'm super great and they'll believe me. And then I'll die and then I'll like pretend to float away. And then they'll stop doing the animal thing and everyone comes to hell. It's fucking genius. Like it's a great move. We'd have no idea, like he'd just be like fully fooling all you guys.
Right. So how would we discern it?
Yeah, I don't
That's
know.
a pretty good.
I don't think any of it's real. I don't think you could. If there's like demons and gods and stuff, we have no idea what's going on, right?
That's what I'm saying. And I'm like, I get your answer. Like that's totally valid. Like, how do you like? That's just an honest question for me. Like, how would you discern it? Like.
Yeah, I mean that's why I don't believe any of this stuff because it's all just like. Even if it were true, we wouldn't really be able to like figure it out. Like what is like right and wrong and what's going on in these other dimensions. Like we don't know. We just would have no idea. So like why are we messing? Like just live your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think the past could be infinite?
Yeah.
Or do you believe in infinite past, I guess?
It probably is. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, if there's some way where like time started, like I'd have to like think about that, like, but if scientific evidence pointed to like time
Eternal
starting,
matter.
no, just like time starting at at 1 minute. Like I would be like, that's weird, but I would like accept the data if it was compelling. But yeah, I mean, it seems like it's probably just time just goes forever in both directions.
Yeah, like I could see. I mean that I couldn't. I feel like I couldn't logically argue against that. Like I feel like you could make a pretty good case for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a like pretty good logical defeater to the idea of God creating the universe, because you can't create time. Like it just doesn't make sense, because in order to create time, you have to like have a state of affairs where before there isn't time and then after there is time. That's like the moment of creation. But before and after are time words. So there is time at play already. So like you know what I mean? So it doesn't really make sense that you can start time at all. Like that, it just can't be created. And time and space are like interwoven. Like we know that just from like physics now. So like it seems like some form of the universe existed eternally. The energy existed forever, eternally, because energy can't be created. You know, remember that old tale?
Yeah. No. Plus, most people I talk to about stuff like that, they're like they all. I mean, consistently, I've seen so far. I haven't really seen one yet, but like they pretty much all accept like an infinite future. Like they're like, oh yeah, like I know the future's gonna end this day. Like none of them ever say that. They go, yeah, the future's infinite.
Yeah, I've thought about that too.
The
Like
past not be like infinite.
yeah, that's always the thing where it's like, you guys think it goes on forever that way. Why couldn't it just go forever that way?
Right.
I mean, I guess it's a little bit different, like time moving forward versus backwards. It is weird that time seems to only go one direction. I don't know why that is, you know.
But you could count backwards too, right? Like I could trace back, like I could start counting backwards days that have already happened, and that's actually more real than the future, right? Because like I can't fucking tell you what's going to happen tomorrow, but I can tell you what fucking happened yesterday.
I mean, like both views have to like think that the stuff goes back eternally, because either the universe is eternally, forever, infinitely backwards at time, or God is, right? So like I just kind of cut out the middleman. So like if the universe exists forever, then like that's fine. We don't need to have a God there. I kind of just like I don't like, I would say like I don't hate the idea of there being a God. If there was one, it could be good or it could be bad. We don't really
you're just not convinced, right?
Yeah. In fact, like if like there's some types of a God that I would like, I relish the idea. I think it'd be great on some of them, you know.
You talking about the flying spaghetti monster?
No, I don't think that would be, like that sounds scary.
Okay.
But like just like a really good God, you know.
Yeah.
That could be good. I mean, in the Bible, he's doing
flying spaghetti monster. That's why I was wondering if that's where you were going with it.
No, I just like in the Bible, he's doing genocides and saying slavery's okay, and like under certain circumstances, and there's all like burn women for this reason. Like it's not good. It's just like not something. It's not the type of God that I would want to be like ruled under. So I am a little bit like, I hope it's not that one.
I don't know, dude. I've met some people who are like, if they were on fire, I wouldn't be rushing to grab some water.
Well, that's really mean.
I mean, I'd still do it. Like, I'd be like, oh, man. But I'd be like, this guy fucking...
But think about this. If God is all good...
I mean, look, if the guy was if he was a pedo,
not,
would you rush to get the water? Would you be like, hell yeah, I'm putting this guy out? Like,
I would put anyone out of fire. I don't think that's like a good like way to deal with anybody. Like if there was like some bizarre situation where I could like, you know, there's like a pedo and like a dog that's on fire, like just a burning hot dog,
right?
And I only had one bucket of water. I'd pick like for the dog. If that's like the scenario, but if I have a hose, I'd put them both out. Like I would just be like, this guy should be in jail, but not burned to death. That's not a good. That's a bizarre punishment. We shouldn't be like issuing out. I don't know. And also maybe I wouldn't, maybe I would like let them burn, but I don't think that it would be moral. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that I should be the one to choose what their punishment is. So I might be emotional in that moment, especially if like he had gotten one of my kids. I'd probably like would totally let him burn, but then I don't know that would have been a good thing to do necessarily. For God to burn people, I don't think it's good for sure, because he has other methods he could do to deal with that.
Yeah. And I mean, actually, it might even be worse to let him live, right? Like if you put him out and then he reaps the repercussions of like staying alive, like gets put in a prison, like has a very
Yeah, it's like the
just
end
a
of
same-sex roommate that's like huge and like just wants to
well,
like.
I wouldn't want to like issue out rape as a punishment to someone.
I'm not saying that. I didn't
It
say
is
that.
though. Like
You said that.
when they do that. I mean, you implied it. They do that like on on cop shows where it's like Bubba's gonna be waiting for you in jail. It's like, dude, don't say that. Like we
Maybe
should
they'll have, maybe
we
they'll
should
have an
make
agreement.
jails
Maybe
not
they'll
have
be
rape in like
forced.
that's a problem in our system. That should never be anyone's punishment ever. Like I don't care
Maybe
how
they'll come to
bad you
terms for
are.
an agreement, and like he may not like it that much, but he'd be like, oh well, this guy protects me, so.
Yeah, I think that's terrible. That's called rape. I'm against that. Kevin, you're very weird.
Why am I weird?
It's like giggling at the idea of people like burning and getting raped and stuff. I mean, it's very Christian. It kind of like matches with the book and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I'm consistent, I guess.
yeah, it's hard to listen to. All right, well, thanks for coming up. I did have another guest. Let me see if they're still here. Oh, they left. All right, well, if there's anyone else wants to come up, feel free to join up. Until then, we have Kevin. Okay, so why do you believe in this God?
I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but if I were to try to make like an argument or something, I would probably just go to like the transcendental argument for God or something.
Sure. Hold on. All right, and what is that?
Pretty much an argument that says if God exists, if God did not exist, we would not be able to understand the intelligibility of the universe. We understand the intelligibility of the universe. Therefore, God exists.
What do you mean understand the intelligibility of the universe? I don't know what that means.
Like not meta ethics, metaphysics, like epistemology, logic, and ethics. Like to ground, he would be the necessary precondition to like grounding metaphysics, like beliefs and all that.
I'm not understanding what the like. So like, since God is real, we can think about meta ethics.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. It's like it goes into like divine conceptualism, where like the divine mind grounds like all the like pretty much the fabric of the universe. So there's like order and structure, and that like undergirds like rationality and a lot. It's not really it's. I find it.
I mean, why do you think that's true though? Like, why do you think it grounds all that stuff? Because I just don't think that that's the case. I don't find that. That just seems like a claim that's unconvincing.
It's definitely a claim. For me, it was convincing just because like all the other worldviews I explored just seemed kind of, I don't know, I guess arbitrary or self-refuting.
As far as like intelligibility goes?
Yeah, as far as like those metaphysics, like the intelligibility.
I'm not understanding what you're saying about this one, but I have heard. So this is tag, right?
Yeah, tag. Yeah.
Have you heard of tog?
Tog is
there's two A's.
Transcendental argument against
God. Yeah.
Yes.
So it goes like this. Premise one: do you think that logic is unchanging?
Do I think that logic is unchanging?
Like the basics, like P equals P. P does not equal not P. Like these kind of like Aristotelian laws of logic are like
like the law of non-contradiction. Like I don't think it's going to
yeah.
become the law of contradiction. Yeah.
Although we did have a Christian argue that once. There's a really such a funny clip. It was such a funny clip. He ended up saying P equals not P. It was really fun. but yeah. So okay, logic is unchanging. I agree with that. Premise two: do you think that minds undergo change?
Minds undergo change, as in like
the mind being like the part of the being that involves thinking, deciding, reacting, just like active mental processing.
I don't know. I feel like that's a deep question because like that's like the what's the question where it's like does your personality do you change as a person or does your personality change, or do you change, or do you like adapt and grow? I might be butchering the.
I think it's just more like when you like in order to call it a mind, I feel like you have to say that you're able to process information. Otherwise, like when we talk about God's mind, if he's not processing and thinking, then he's just like a thumb drive. He's like a data bank of saved knowledge. Like his omniscience means he just like sits there knowing everything. But a mind to me implies some processing, some like motion, like some change happens where he like thinks one thing and then the next moment thinks a slightly different thing depending on circumstances. Do you agree with any of that? Does that make sense?
Oh,
just like to define what a mind means.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with like the human mind as far as like thinking and all that. And then for the divine mind, I don't know if I would, because I'm thinking all knowing, and yeah, that does sound like some kind of like you said, like thought data bank, however you would put that. But I don't want to say I would not want to say the divine mind is identical to the human mind.
It doesn't have to be identical, but just the fact that it would like process things, thinking and deciding, planning, these types of things. Verbs, like it's active.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm thinking about it because it sounds like, I don't know. It just seems I'm for some reason drawing like a confliction with all knowing, because I'm like, well, if you're all knowing, are you thinking about things? Because if you already know, why would you be thinking? Like you already know. Like
you can know all of the things, but you can still like process those things, I think. Otherwise, like I don't think mind is the right word. I wouldn't say God has a mind then.
What would you call it? Data bank or
a thumb drive
bank, whatever?
Yeah, I'd go with like an infinite gigabyte thumb drive. He just like has all this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, which is fine, but then it's just okay. God doesn't have a mind. I don't know how he.
Or maybe
I don't know how he would feel about
maybe
you saying
we don't have the mind and he actually has it, and our terminology is fucked up.
But it's our word. Like we use the word mind to mean something.
Yeah, but we're not as smart as him, so therefore, like we could have flawed,
So we would use mind, and he uses something else.
We could be using it to aim to like what he has, and just be falling short somehow.
We're trying to be more like a thumb drive.
No, I mean like as far as the description goes, I'm not saying that we're like actually trying to like evolve our brain into a divine mind or something. I'm just saying like our language could lack the explanatory power, I guess you would say, something like that.
All right. Well, look, I mean, the way I would phrase it then is that either God doesn't have a mind, which means God can't like change. He's incapable of like thinking, which means he's not omnipotent. So like that's kind of a bummer for him. But if you want to say that he does have like an active mind where he's like noticing things and responding to things and planning things and using these other mind verbs, then I don't think that we can say logic can be grounded in something that does change.
Yeah, and I just want to let you know, like I'm literally acting in good faith, no pun intended. I'm trying to answer to the best of my ability, so I don't want to like.
No, I think it kind of falls apart either way is the point, so it doesn't really matter.
Mm.
The other like thing about the transcendental argument, there's kind of like a science problem. So like when we say that, like when we do science, or just like even just like experiencing things and trying to like figure out the world, we're relying on the order of nature, like the consistency of it. Right. The idea that like every time I drop this pen, it's going to fall.
Agreed.
And so we can count. It's technically inductive. We're doing it like every 100% of the time that we dropped the pen, it worked. So we can predict that it will next time.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, but if miracles exist, then like nature can just be chaos. At any moment, it might be the case that this goes up when I drop it. God can make it go up. right? So if it's the case that the universe is divined by a being that can just like break the laws of nature, then we can't expect these types of things. So all of our predictions are 50-50 at this point. So as far as like the intelligibility of the universe, like being able to like learn and figure things out about the universe, I think we can get a much stronger grasp on reality through atheism, through like presupposing that there isn't a God and that the laws of nature will work every time. Then if we say there is, because we have to kind of like shrug and say it's been like that in the past, but who fucking knows, like anything could happen the next time we do it. And so science kind of falls out the window, which is probably why there's a lot of science deniers in like religion and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wouldn't you say that? All right. So would you say that science relies on logic?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so if it relies on logic, so we trust reasoning, but why would we trust our reasoning?
Because we're like you know how like before when I said if my wife saw God walk through too, we can like bounce our ideas off of each other, and that like adds to the inductive like data, right? To have like more people kind of doing it. So yeah, I think and by the way, we don't always. Sometimes our reasoning fails. Some people are flat earthers. If God gave us rational logic and stuff and everyone had access to it, we wouldn't have flat earthers, right? But because we do, it's like some of us are wrong, and we're doing our best to figure out like the intelligibility of nature matches exactly what we would expect if we were just like primates trying to figure it out, which is like what I think the case is.
Bro, I know you're kidding. You know the Earth is flat, right?
I have other guests, Kevin.
I know. I was just kidding, man. Hey, I get it, man. If you got other guests, I don't want to take up too much of your time. It was cool talking to you.
No, it's a good talk. Just so you know, like, so the thing with tag, it's like laughed at in atheist circles. It's like one of these things that when people say, it's kind of like they always, it works very similar to how you do it every time, where like you kind of say it and then realize it doesn't mean anything as you're saying it. And then a few people like have it worked out in this way where they can like run through it really fast, and they try to like bulldoze over it until you can go like, well, can you prove that at all? And then there's nothing to prove. It's just like, that's just what we're guessing basically. So it's not as like thorough of an argument as the like tag people will lead you to believe it is.
Yeah, no, it's I don't know, it's my like preferred, but there's definitely, I know there's tons of arguments for God. So I'm sure there's some that it's probably just the one that I know the best, but I'm sure there's some that are probably a little more. You didn't
know it, Kevin. Remember you tried to say it and you couldn't do any of it? It didn't make sense. Any of it. You were kind of like, and there's intelligibility, and that means something, and it wasn't like an argument at all. It was like just some of the words from tag they were a little bit out of order. Like it's not a real, I mean, it is a real argument. There is like a thing to be said for it, but you don't know it. Sorry, Kevin, like not to be rude, but like you don't know the thing yet. So if that's what's convincing you, I would like maybe try a different one.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the reason I believe in God. I would say it's the argument that I use. But I mean, I'm not mad at you for, critiquing my argument. But what would you say? So just because of the way I stated the premise, or was there any like specific part that you were?
I didn't hear a premise. I didn't understand what you were assembling at all.
So I just wasn't very coherent.
It just sounded like you were saying like,
it.
Yeah, it sounded like you were saying like tag buzzwords. You know what I mean? Rather than like actually laying something out to like, there was nothing for me to like agree with or refute in any way. So I just kind of like.
I thought we did that because I said he was the necessary precondition for logic, reasoning, logic.
How is he that?
Epistemology and ethics.
And I said, remember, that's just like a claim. What's the like? argument
Yeah,
for it, and
and
then
then I
you
said
didn't do one.
because if I use any other like worldview example, it seems to like fall apart. So that's why I was like, oh, well, impossibility to the contrary.
Oh,
So
so
I
yeah,
just
you're doing no.
default.
It's not impossibility contrary. You're doing God of the gaps. Then that means I haven't figured out what the thing is, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna put God there.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
saying I haven't figured out the others. I'm saying if you tease the other ones out, it becomes either self-refuting or
Have you teased out
contradictory.
every possible worldview?
Um, for the I don't want to say every because
Even
well,
ones
it would
that haven't
depend how
been
you.
invented yet.
I was gonna say it depends how you because you could
Okay.
technically there's not like an infinite amount of worldviews because they all have certain starting points and then you just work off of a disjunctive.
Tease out atheism. What fails with atheism? With the universe existed forever. We evolved to have brains, and now we think, and we're trying our best to figure out the universe. What's the like tease out error there?
So you would be taking like an evolutionary standpoint there.
I mean, that's just how we got brains.
Right. So if I were to go there, then I would say it's you wouldn't be able to have the intelligibility of the universe because not through atheism, through evolution, that's just explaining survival of the fittest. So that wouldn't give you logic. That would say you're aimed at survival. Therefore, you wouldn't you wouldn't have logic. You would be aimed at just purely whatever helps you survive. So the whole reasoning to do things like helping other people out, like giving them what you have, sacrificing stuff to other people, like that wouldn't.
Yeah.
Why would you use logic to do any of that? You're just
That's
trying
why
to
we
survive.
didn't have logic when we were cavemen. We didn't invent logic until later when we had like societies and stuff. You also like wouldn't evolve to like have paintings, right? Like art and music and stuff. But once we like figured out agriculture and we didn't have to like go hunt and gather as much, we had a little time to spare. People started sitting on rocks and thinking, and they kind of figured out like some ways to use language to force conclusions.
So would you say that logic is something like a concept that we made up, or is it something that we describe reality with and that we've discovered?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a form of language, right? So it's a way logic only works propositionally. So when you're using it, that P equals P, that P is like a claim, or like it's a sentence. It like P isn't just like apples necessarily. It's like it's a proposition. So like it's a little bit different than that. So like the way that it works is because we invented words like all, every, never, like these kind of absolute words that force these conclusions. Even words like the famous one of like, if all bachelors are unmarried men and
Right.
Socrates is a bachelor, then he's an unmarried man. Like, because you're using all and you're using the words, like the definitions, to mean specific things, then the conclusion just follows. So I think it's just like a play of words that can be used to like force truths. But just because just because a logical syllogism is sound, or is like it follows, doesn't mean that it's like true. You know what I mean? There's
Yeah,
like
I get what you're saying.
there's some of those where it's like all unicorns or all horses have horns. Any horse with a horn is a unicorn. Therefore, all horses are unicorns. Like, that's logically sound, but it's just not true, right? So like, it doesn't necessarily. So like, if it were like God given, then it would be like we could maybe use it for truth constantly. But like, people disagree with it all the time.
Do you think there's like an intentionality? I want to say an intentionality of the universe, or do you think that like with words, for example, do you think it's all subjective? Like we just made these, we just started labeling things and like
Yeah, I mean, and I think
we agreed
like
on some labels and like there's no
language is an evolutionary advantage. Like, being able to communicate in a higher way is huge for us when we're out hunting mammoths, right? You go left, I'll go right. Like, knowing left and right, like those types of things are a huge advantage that are like so easy to explain evolutionarily. And then like once we're sitting around and we start using like you, me, left, right, food. Do you want all the food? Do you want half the food? Like, we invent these words to describe things. And then, yeah, it was later. It was thousands and like tens of thousands of years after that like happened, that we were sitting down around fires, that we were like inventing the rules of logic. So, look, maybe they were handed down from on high in some weird way, but like it took a
No, I
long
just mean
ass time.
did the
You know
words
what I mean? Like it's kind of
the words
weird.
that yeah, no, and I don't mean like. So I guess I'm saying like obviously like the word itself, I wouldn't say holds meaning. Like obviously like the same words we're using now, they have them in German. So obviously like it doesn't matter what fucking like. Sorry, I didn't mean to say fucking, but it doesn't matter what term you use. You can communicate the same messages in different languages. But that's why I'm asking like, do you think there's like, because I would say we're describing reality with our labels. So do you think there's like an intentionality to everything?
But we're not necessarily, because you can use it on unicorns. You're not necessarily describing reality. You're just using words to force other words. You know what I mean? Like you're just setting rules and then following rules.
Right. And it's strictly just conceptual. Damn, I can't even fucking speak. Conceptual, and you just like.
Yeah, but I think like the bonus is that we were able to like realize like there are some things that are impossible. You can't be a married bachelor.
Right.
We realize that the way we've worded those, that's impossible. Like the thing I always talk about is my omni purple cat. It's all purple and half yellow. The way I described that, it can't exist in reality. It's impossible because it becomes contradiction. So we used this tool later, like evolutionary. This is we have this naturally, and then later, like over time, because we're not doing like the survival game anymore. We're like chilling around in suits, watching TV, and so we're able to like use our mind for other things, and it takes time. It's like it's been a lot of work, and like a lot of people, by the way, still don't fucking use logic at all. And so like it's not that we just like if every single person, even dumb fucks, like knew propositional logic by heart from birth, that'd be pretty convincing that it was from God and that we were made in his image. But the fact that most of these dumb fucks are flat earthers and shit, not most people, but like a lot of people don't know anything, and people disagree on all this stuff, like shows that it's not. It's us trying to use words to figure out the world the best we can. It makes so much more sense that it's like a natural world and we're doing our best.
So you would say that there is like an intentionality behind like the universe?
I don't know what you mean by like the universe is on purpose.
Yeah, like it has meaning. Or no?
I mean,
or we're just describing patterns, I guess, that are like objectively universal.
Meaning is kind of I don't know. Like, I think in order for something to have meaning, you need a mind. So like before there were minds, I don't think there was meaning. I think just like a sunset, right? Before there were humans, the sun was setting, but it wasn't pretty. It wouldn't like it aesthetically exactly resembled the same thing it does now. But then later, once there were minds, they were like, oh, that's pretty. Like that meaning and beauty and stuff come from mind, I think. So yeah, before minds. I mean, in my view, there was a period of time in the universe where there wasn't minds. You think there always was, so it's kind of different. But
how dare you tell me what I think?
Well, maybe you don't. Maybe you think there was always a thumb drive. So it's actually a little bit different. I guess you're right. Anyways, we've been talking for a bit. Thanks for coming up, Kevin. You've been delightful. Thanks for doing jokes and having a good time with us. Come back sometime and deconstruct. It's pretty easy, actually. It takes a little work to kind of drop it off. But you'll realize, come next time and do a different argument other than tag, and we'll break that one apart too. And after a while, you'll run out, and then you'll be an atheist. It's great.
Man, it was good talking to you. I'll definitely come back, and I will run tag again, and then we can not have me deconstructed.
I'd love to hear tag. Actually, I've never heard someone like actually go through it the right way, or maybe I have and I didn't know that's what it was called. I've never understood it.
I don't claim to be the smartest guy, so I'll go back and try to polish myself up a little bit. That way I can do a better job of fleshing out the argument and all that stuff. Because maybe and I'm not
polish up your flesh a little bit.
I'm not going to polish up. I'm not going to say that like I'm going to come back and be some Socrates or something, but I'll at least try to put it where I can articulate it better. And you don't.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not saying it's not
I'd love to hear it. That sounds
maybe
good.
It is. But at least I can, somewhat speak to it.
It is.
Better.
All right, bye, Kevin.
All right, man. Bye.
Kevin, everybody, thanks for coming up. That was Kevin. And it's 8:08, exactly the top of the hour here. It's Bad Bible Debates. We're Joel-less, but we're still soulless. That's right. Keep doing your atheisms, everybody. We're having a hot dog of a night. I heard polish your hot dog as well. Yeah, it's good enough. That one counts. Our next guest is, let's see here, Defend Truth. So I assume we're going to defend atheism then, but we only like Christians. Oh, what was all this happening? That's fun. Defend, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I am 34, and I guess you can say I follow Jesus.
Sadak Macbivtaj, very nice. I like to have those. You know what Sadak Macbivtaj means, right?
No.
Oh, that's like the word for people who, like, they're essentially Christian, but they don't use the word Christian. They just say they follow the teachings of Jesus. That just like the tech, it's like otherwise they're Christian. Like, I mean, it's Jesus. That's where Christianity is from. But like for whatever reason, they don't want to use that word, so they use Sadak Mac or Sadak Macbivtaj.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to go into that? Do you want to go into that or no?
That's the whole thing. It's just the definition of Sadak Macbivtaj.
No, I know, but like, do you want to talk about like why someone may say that, or are you just more interested in saying
I get it. I think like being connected to the alt-right is a pretty shitty thing to have to do, so you might want to ditch it for that. Or maybe because it, like in the Bible, they at Antioch were calling people that, and it was like an insult. Or maybe because like you don't care about religion as much, but you're more interested in just like the red letter text. Like there's a lot of reasons. It doesn't really matter to me.
Well, I mean, like those were the reasons that you gave, but that's cool.
Did I nail it?
No, not at all, actually. So, I mean, what do you want to talk about? Because it sounds like...
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, like, if God
prompt
was evil, would you know?
Yeah.
How?
Well, I mean, how would you say that you have a conscience?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you use that for like reasoning?
No. It's for like moral. I think conscience is more just like what's right and wrong, what feels good and what feels bad, right?
Right. So like if you're going to say that, you know, anything is right or wrong, what do you use as a standard to, you know, say something is right or say something is wrong?
My conscience.
Okay, great. So like,
what do you use?
Same thing.
Oh, okay. So like like if God was like, "Hey everyone, don't murder," you check with your conscience and go, "Yeah, that matches me. I agree with him. I think he's good." Like that kind of thing. I mean, I know that was like stupefying it down a little bit, but like that's the more or less.
Well, I mean, there's a scripture that talks about, you know, specific things being like written on someone's heart, saying in a true mental, you know, someone that's mentally stable, I would think that they would be able to, you know, with good measure, you know, give a right judgment or like a wrong judgment.
Is that the verse? Is that the Proverbs verse you're talking about?
Which
let me see. It's Proverbs chapter 3. I want to say chapter 3. Let me see it. I think that's the one that you're thinking of. Proverbs 3 is. Oh man, I always get close. Okay. My child, do not forget my teaching. Let your heart keep my commandments. Do not let loyalty and faithfulness forsake you. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablet on your heart. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and do not rely on your own insight. Is that one?
Not necessarily. I mean, so
this one's saying don't do that.
No, there's one that says that, you know, I think it's in Romans actually,
Oh, it's later.
Yeah,
There's one that contradicts this.
where it says that, every person knows that God exists. They just deny the truth.
Let me find that one. Romans verse.
I don't know if it's
Everyone
Romans, but
knows God is real.
yeah.
God's existence is evident through creation. So it's not that we just know it, it's that when we look at creation, that should count as evidence.
I mean, that is one topic to talk about, because
Well, yeah, that does. I mean, I'm saying that doesn't contradict. This other verse in Proverbs says, "Don't lean on your own insights. Don't use your conscience to know what's right and wrong. Trust God only." Right. Whereas this doesn't really. The Romans one doesn't refute that.
trust not on your own understanding, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you do that, you're saying, is this a good thing, or is this a wrong thing? And then what you can do is go to the word that we now have to, gauge whether, you understand that there's laws in the scriptures, I assume.
Right. So, I mean, that's what I mean. So, like, if you read a law, and sorry, someone mentioned my shirt. Hey, Skeptical. Yeah, check that out. Now, what you might just really notice real quick is that I'm mirrored. So, in real life, the text is backwards. So, like, if you walk around wearing it, people won't know that you're an atheist. You can still be like low key. You can pass as long as you walk fast, and people don't like take time to do this. You can like get by. But then when you look in the mirror, you'll be like, oh yeah. That's right. That's good. Yeah. But in the merch store, we have both versions. You can get either one. You can get it reversed or not. Just be careful which one you get. So, yeah. So if God says, here's a law, sometimes what you got to do is like kill people for working on Sunday. Like that was one of the laws. Then we check our conscience and go, uh-oh, that doesn't vibe with me. I mean, maybe it does with you, but probably not, right?
Can you pull down the scriptures that say, we will... What was the first thing you said?
It's like for working on a Saturday, it's like the death penalty, right? So that's one of the laws. So the
Sabbath?
Yeah. Yeah, you get stoned to death. And so I hear that and I go, ugh, my conscience is going, that doesn't seem good. It seems like a bad law, like an unjust, immoral, crazy law, right? But then Proverbs are saying, lean not on your own understanding. Trust that it is good to kill people for working on a...
So let's dive into that. So you say that the scriptures say what?
Yeah, so like in Numbers, after... Go ahead.
You're saying that the Bible says that someone that works on the Sabbath day is worthy of being stoned?
Yes.
Where?
In Numbers chapter 15, verse 32, there's the penalty for violating the Sabbath. And so they know that that's the rule.
Sorry, Numbers what?
15:32. Do you want to read it? Do you have a computer or something there?
I'm getting it right now, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Or if you have a Bible. It's just like 4 verses. It explains. You can just read it.
Numbers 15:32?
Yeah, start at 32 to that little paragraph there. Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm using ChatGPT to get the scriptures going, and that didn't really work that well. So let me get...
I mean, I can just read it to you if you want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Sorry, I thought you wanted to. Sometimes people like to read it themselves so they know I'm not...
Well, I was going to
changing the words.
the entire thing, yeah, but whoever reads it, I don't really care. Go ahead.
When the Israelites were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. Now, keep in mind, this is after the 10 Commandments, so they know the rules, and they know that you're not supposed to work on the Sabbath. But they find him, and they says the man, or those who found him gathering sticks, brought him to Moses, Aaron, and the whole congregation. They put him in custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. Because when he gave the rule before, he said, don't work on the Sabbath. But he hadn't said yet, here's what the consequence is. right? So now we're getting the consequence finally. Then the Lord said to Moses, the man shall be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him outside the camp. The whole congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him to death, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. So that's the punishment for working on the Sabbath.
So in that point in time, or then henceforward?
I mean, it says that all of his laws are forever, but it doesn't matter. It's good that God doesn't want us to do that now, but why wouldn't he want us to do it now if it was so good back then, you know?
I mean, he could be, you know, it doesn't necessarily say, you know, from henceforward or anything like that. So it's just like, if that was the decision that a priest was given to give to this person that decided to disobey after he just got word to do the opposite.
I have to, sorry to interrupt, but I have to read this verse in Psalms where it says, the sum of your word is truth, and every one of your righteous ordinances endures forever. So it does say to have these laws go on forever.
Not really. You're taking scripture and you know, saying, oh, hey, something says something over here. It should apply to this other scripture in this other place. And like, you don't read scripture that way, unfortunately.
Okay, well, do his laws last forever or not?
Wait, hold on real fast. So you are a non-scripture believing person that wants to try to teach someone that does read the scriptures?
That's why I'm asking you right now. Is it the case that
I'm telling you the honest truth.
Okay, so is it the case that his laws and ordinances endure forever, or is it that not true?
Which ones?
The righteous ones.
So are you saying that it was righteous?
Let me read it.
Are you saying that it was righteous to kill that person that disobeyed?
No, I don't think it was. Do you?
I don't know. Because
so you don't have a conscience on that one. Okay, so let me read it in this King James one. This is in 119, 160. Let me just make sure it says it right here. Thy word is true from the beginning, and every one of thy righteous judgments endureth forever. Kind of the same thing.
Right. So the righteous judgment of someone that just disobeyed God in that manner.
So that one's true.
If that was what that righteous judgment was at that point in time, that doesn't mean that every time someone does work on the Sabbath,
forever does mean that.
Supposedly. No, again, you're applying the scripture.
Right. Okay. So that's why I just want just sorry, because we are jumping all over and that's my fault. With the Psalms one,
exactly.
Just the Psalms one first. Is this one true that his righteous laws endure forever, or is that not true?
That is true in the context that you're using it.
The context is eternity.
Yes.
Okay. So at every single point in time, his laws that he makes will always be in order. If he makes a law, it is always true.
Are you saying that he made a law at that point in time?
No. I'm just making sure if he says a law.
No, what I'm saying is the scripture that you're defending, that
just talking about Psalms.
You're jumping all over. You're talking about
I'm only talking about Psalms right now. I want to just lock this one down, and then we can go back to there, because it seems like you're saying his laws don't endure forever, and have this verse that says they do. So I want to make sure if this one's not correct, then I'll rip this whole page right out of the Bible. We can just rip it out and forget about it. It's no problem.
Read it one more time for me.
All your words are true. All your righteous laws are eternal. It's a different translation. I'm trying to look at some other translations to see if one of them helps you more, to be honest, but I'm not seeing it. This one says, thy word is true from the beginning, and every one of thy righteous judgments endureth forever.
Okay.
So is that true?
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right. So that one's true. Okay. Good. I don't have to rip up my Bible today. That's good, because those aren't cheap. was like $4.50. Okay, so then now we can go back to what we were talking about in Numbers when he said to murder that guy with stones for working on Sabbath. Now my conscience says that's bad, but your conscience, I didn't get the answer. Is yours say it's good or bad?
So 34 says, and they put him inward because if it was not declared what should be done to him. And the Lord said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. So that right there, are you saying that anybody that 2,000 years later, or even 50 years later, or even 100 years later, shall be stoned in the same manner? Because you're trying to apply this other Psalm scripture, I forget the chapter,
Yes.
to say that that peace endures forever. I don't agree that that is what's happening in verse 35 of Numbers.
Okay.
I want you to.
So this judgment doesn't endure forever. This rule. The judgment of death penalty for working on a Sabbath is circumstantial. It's just for this guy. It's not forever.
Says, the man shall be surely put to death.
Yes.
Does it say the man and anybody else that works in this manner shall
No,
be?
I think you're right. I think you're correct. It's not the case that his judgments go on forever, which is why that other one is weird.
You're extrapolating something that this
His
verse
judgments are individually based. Different individuals will all be judged differently, is what
Will
it should
you
say.
be judged for, if you were to go to court and someone were to, basically say you did something, but at the end of it, you actually didn't do those things, you wouldn't be judged, or you wouldn't have received a penalty for, doing those things. You would only receive the penalty of the actual action that you did. And the action that he committed at that point in time, God told him to put him to death.
At that time.
At that time.
Yeah, not for all time.
In that congregation.
At that time, yeah. Yeah, I know.
All the
That's how I read
stone
it
him.
too. I read it like it's just for this guy, and his laws don't endure forever for everybody. It's like different for
So
everybody.
why does this matter to you so much? Like this one scripture.
Oh, sure. So I didn't realize that we were going to go to
that
this.
as a contradiction?
Yeah,
Or
it's
are you-
absolutely. I mean, it's a contradiction. So like, either it's the case that his laws endure forever, or they don't.
Well,
And
expand on that.
yeah, sure. It's either the case that they endure forever or they don't. It's
So why
one,
do
it's
you
one or
say
the
that
other.
So why do you say that Numbers 15, 34, and 35 say that anybody that does the same act receive death?
Because his laws endure forever. So what's the punishment for working on the Sabbath?
You tell the only person that
Stoning
can answer
to
that
death.
is God.
It's stoning. He said, they asked God and he said, stone him to death.
Stone that person.
Right.
That-
Okay.
that
Then it's not
committed
for,
that act.
not for everybody. Sure. I get it. It's relative.
So are you saying the next person, if there was, so let's just go back in time. If there was another person that saw him be stoned to death, did that act, are you saying that God, that would have been the same judgment?
Yes. Do you think that they have to bring every single person to God? Or do they go, God, what do we do with people who break the Sabbath? Stone them. They go, okay, from now on, that's what we're going to do. Is there a verse later in Numbers where they said, not the next one, don't do that guy? They change it later in the New Testament for sure. But for all of the Old Testament time, it was this.
Again, I don't see how you can say that Psalm can be applied
That's
to
fine.
something that happened in that time.
That's fine. It's kind of like I kind of got like twisted off on the contradiction part of it, but like let's cut to the mustard here. Okay, so
Yeah.
like What we were really talking about is if your conscience matches the rules of God. So even if it was just for that one guy and not for anyone else, then does that still feel good to you? Like, does your conscience say that that's a good judgment for a guy who picked up sticks?
So someone that does a thing on this supposed day, I don't think should receive the same judgment that this one guy received.
Why not? Because it's bad?
Because that's what I think God did.
Right, but why wouldn't we do this to everyone? Is it because it's such a like unjust punishment for such a minor crime?
Okay, if you're going to
that's what I think.
I mean, we're kind of getting into the deep weeds of something that we can't necessarily go back in time to necessarily judge those judgments. So it's
I'm
like
just using my conscience though. Like that's what we were talking about. So like my conscience is like, no, that's not good. But is yours feeling like it's good or not good?
I'm sorry, in what context of what good?
The context of this conversation that you and I are in right now, where we're saying a long time ago, a guy was put to death for picking up sticks. Does your conscience say, ugh, that doesn't seem good? Or is it like, perfect, nice? It seems like you're not liking it, which is why you're kind of...
So are you saying that we know why the man was picking up sticks and disobeying what God has set forth? We may see the sticks and be like, "Oh, that's just stupid."
Yes.
But what if the guy was like, "Oh man, my mother was," and there was this. I mean, I don't know if there's any context as to how the man was picking up these sticks.
I can't think of anything that would make him worthy of death for picking up sticks. Like personally, was he picking up sticks and the sticks are actually like a bunch of babies that he murdered? Like, why would we say the word sticks then? Like, I can't think of something where like, even if he was going Fernanar to his mother, like, I don't get how that makes him death worthy. Right?
I was trying to give a simple example. You know, we could probably spend the next 30 minutes just trying to figure out scenarios as to how this man was picking up sticks or why God
let's remove it from God.
Murder him.
Let's try this. Let's remove it from God for a second. Like, just imagine a modern day scenario where it's like, I heard about this in the news. It was a little bit sad. A trigger warning to people if you're dog lovers. But like, you've heard there's times where someone will leave. Like, there was like near my town here, a Rottweiler was like left in a car in the parking lot, and it's like this hot car, right? So the dog's in there, and some people came and tried to like end up like breaking the window to save the dog. The dog's okay, but like they were cooking in there, right? And so the person gets in trouble for doing that, for sure. Like, I think that's a bad thing. If the judge was like, the consequence for this hot car dog thing is we are going to have you tortured by ripping your fingernails out for 11 years and all of your hair and ripping your skin off. Don't you think that we'd be like, whoa, that's what the fuck? I mean, that was bad what he did, but is it that bad? Like, can we make it lesser of a thing? That seems unjust, right? We'd be like, put the judge in trouble too, right? Not God, just like a regular judge. Like, doesn't your conscience, or is your conscience like whatever the judge says? I guess.
I mean,
you don't have a conscience, do you?
The way that I think I would handle something that, I mean, was seemingly bad, but in the end is good. Like, it's hard because...
Is that too harsh of a judgment is the question?
No.
What if okay, a 13-year-old steals a candy bar and the judge gives him the death penalty? You're like, that's fine, or is that too harsh?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean that
Okay, we found one.
for something like that, that is, something that is. But are you saying that that's the same context?
No, I just wanted to see if you had a conscience, like, because you brought that up before and then you weren't using it. So I was just kind of like trying to find something where you are actually using your own discretion and being like, in my opinion, that's too harsh, right? Okay, so death penalty for candy bars, too harsh. And I don't think that there's any context. Like, he could have been stealing the candy bar with the intent of like giving it to his grandma who was allergic to peanuts, and he was trying to kill his grandma. I still don't think the death penalty for a 13-year-old is appropriate. I can't find context for it that would make that okay. Put him in juvie, maybe, or like something else. Make him just give it back.
So
but
are you
not
saying,
death penalty?
Are you saying that this scripture, if God did this to the supposed man that picked up sticks, and if it was wrong for God to do that, I should reconsider my relationship with Jesus? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the question of if God was evil, would you know? What we've learned is you'd have no idea. He might be. Maybe it was evil to murder that guy for picking up sticks.
Okay, so
but you can't say it because you're
do you
indoctrinated.
want to dive into that as well? Because we can dive into
What have we been doing?
nobody, unfortunately, even a child, because, okay, if we're going to say that the scriptures are true, then there was this supposed fall of man, right? And the fall of man is what has caused every child henceforward from that point to not have necessarily the means to have everlasting life. Even if God gives a baby everlasting life, he didn't have the deserving matter to have it. So if God decided to do this to show the people that he had ultimate control over even the conscience of that person, because Moses was like, I don't want to kill him. That's not what I want to do, because they had to be like, well, what's
Moses was better than God. I mean, Moses was a monster. Moses was an absolutely like conquest-driven monster. But he wasn't as bad as God for sure.
You know that a lot of monsters God supposedly, still saw as after himself. Like King David. King David was supposedly a murderer, an adulterer.
King David was more than an adulterer. He was an infanticide, crazed, genocidal maniac.
Whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to say.
That's what it says in the Bible. When he went to places, he killed all the children of that place. Yeah.
He also killed his best friend by sending him to war.
Yeah, so, bad.
So what I'm trying to say is that I do believe in that God.
Right. But think about what that means.
If I
the
die,
God who
If
loves
I
this
die-
genocidal maniac.
If I die,
who loves genocidal maniacs? Bad guys do. Evil gods.
If I die, and I'm wrong, and you're right, I wouldn't even realize it, because I have no mind after that. But if I die, and
God's
I'm right,
evil,
and I see God himself, and he's like, man, I would be so glad that I decided to come on this platform right now and say what I'm saying.
So there's three options, actually. So there's more, but what we're talking about is three. You're right and God is good, or I'm right and God doesn't exist, or
define right, good and evil.
The God that you think that he's nice and stuff, and heaven's going to be fun.
No, you say God doesn't exist. So
I'm not done with the thing. There's three options here. Okay. He's either good the way you believe in Jesus and stuff, and he's nice and he's like actually going to be kind when you get to heaven, or he doesn't exist and then nothing happens. We die and it's like just off. or he's evil, the way he seems to be in the book. And when you get to heaven, he burns you and tortures you forever for following him. Those are the three options. So it's kind of a 50-50 if he's good or bad. In the Bible, he likes the genocidal maniacs. He likes David and Moses and these people who go to war and do terrible things to people. So I'm kind of hedging my bets, like he's either evil or not existing. I'm going to stay away from him.
God has to know what evil is in order to create an existence like ours, correct? Like he would
I don't know
have
what that
to
sentence
know-
means.
He would have to know what evil was like in order for someone to be able to make that choice to be evil.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
All right. That's enough. Sorry for letting that go on for so long. Holy moly. Chell Mustard, what a good night for you to be here. Welcome in. What's your age and religion? Chell Mustard, are you peeing? Oh, sorry, I caught you in a pee. Okay, sorry. Man, I could go for one of those.
Hear me?
Hey, Rodrigo, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I am 27 and I am Catholic.
Awesome, welcome in. Do you think if God was evil, you would know?
So I was listening to a conversation I had with the last guy, thinking about that same question.
You know that was a bad conversation, though, right?
Didn't listen to much of it, so I don't know how long it went for.
Okay. All
But
right.
I guess it depends a lot on what you define. What would you define evil as, right?
Sure.
So I wonder if you have a specific definition as of now.
Yeah, well, I guess like since I'm asking you your view about if God was evil, would you know? I think it's more like your version of evil.
Got it.
I can tell you mine though. I mean, if you want.
So under my belief system, evil will be anything that goes against God's law, I'd say.
Okay.
So
Then maybe I have to rephrase it for you and just say like, if God was intent on harming all humans, would you know? Like if he wanted to hurt you, would you know? If he was like,
I mean,
wanted to detriment
I
for
think
society.
it depends if he will want us to. He will want to let us know. But for example, I don't believe the reason I will say I don't believe he's evil is because if he is powerful and he wanted to hurt us, like it will be. I think he will be doing something way more. Something
Yeah,
that will
like there would
affect
be like
everybody at scale.
yeah, Earth would be covered with like hurricanes and wars and poverty and famine and like
But affecting literally every single body.
I guess
right?
we have all that.
Yeah, but it doesn't affect everybody, right?
Cancer. Everyone dies.
Why would you think cancer is evil?
Like I said, it
Everybody
harms
has to
humans.
die.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. Like if God was all good, don't you think we would have none of that?
Why? That assumes that pain is immoral.
What, do you not think that like hurting people is bad? Like maybe we disagree on this. I think like hurting people is bad. Like if you're just hurting people, I'm like generally against that. What's your thought on it? Maybe we don't have a common ground here.
I will say I'm against that, but I don't think God hurts us in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, so like what you said before is like if God were evil, the world would be really, really, really bad. So then likewise, if God were good, then the world would be really, really, really good. Sometimes I talk about this just to have a little bit of fun. We talk about like the all cabbage God, like the omni cabbage God. I know cabbage.
I don't like.
Yeah, you know what coleslaw is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we'll do it with coleslaw since it's a that kind of night. So like if God were all knowing, all powerful, and all coleslaw. I know that's not one of the descriptions that Thomas Aquinas came up with, but like let's just pretend for a second it was. He's everywhere and he's all slaw. What would we expect to see in the world? There'd be cabbage people. There'd be coleslaw everywhere. We'd have coleslaw grass. We'd have coleslaw houses. Like, right, he's everywhere and he's coleslaw. That's what we would see. And so you're saying kind of the same. He's not all coleslaw, so that's why we don't see that. So you're saying if he were evil, we'd see evil everywhere, right? Like we'd see evil people with evil houses and evil cars and all, and evil storms and stuff. Okay, but then if he were good, we'd see good everywhere.
Yes and no. Okay, and the reason I wanted to jump into this is because I've been like, from my recent Bible studies, I had to grapple with kind of like this topic of like why the history of humanity's relationship with God has been so messy. And I heard you talking with the previous guy about the genocides, the wars, and all of that kind of stuff, right? And this is where I got to. Everything that you said about like if he was good, everything will be good on earth, right? Everybody will be in harmony, everybody will be happy, no pain, no suffering, no earthquakes. And what I can tell you is this. Originally, that was God's intention, right? By the Bible, that's why he created Adam and Eve, right? They were one in harmony with God. However, they committed the original sin, so they broke that harmony. They fell out of grace, right? And I was thinking, right, this because I know what you may be thinking. So just because they messed it up, so it means that everybody after that is supposed to be messed up as well.
Well, not just everybody, but like the weather. So like they sinned, so God started making hurricanes and tsunamis, right?
Yeah. They definitely like they lost, so they lost paradise, right? So the earth is no longer serving them.
Yeah, and so now God is attacking people.
That's the thing.
As punishment.
No, here's the thing, right? So the relationship. I don't. Those are not like God doesn't say let there be a storm right here, right? Like God has multiple types of will.
He does. I mean, biblically, he does. He does that all the time.
Yes, but this is what I was saying. He has different types of will. He has permissive wills, where he let things happen, and then he has. I don't have the word in English for this, but it's like when he makes things happen through people, and then when he actively does something, right?
Yeah.
So he has these three types of will, and they all kind of serve a purpose. For example, you're probably familiar with the story of Job, right?
Sure, but like let's just let me just like play these out real quick. So permissive will would be like for me, like if I I don't know, like I just like saw you rolling down a hill, like you're like running down a hill maybe, and it's so fast you can't stop. I could stop you because there's a bunch of spikes at the end. I could stop you, but I just let you go anyways. I choose to let you go. That's my permissive will, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, you said that's it'd be okay for me to just let you run down and die on the spikes, even though I could stop you. I'm just like, my will is for him to let him die. Like my permissive will is to let him hit the spikes, right?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, I know you're saying me as in you, but like, what's quote unquote God's offer to us? It's if whatever happens on earth, you seek me and try to live in me, you're gonna have.
I'm just trying to understand what permissive will is. These are new words.
Yeah. Okay, so if we stick on permissive will, then
so that's like, so when we talk about the storm, you're saying that's permissive will. So like he made the storm, but the fact that we are in the path of it, he's like, well, whatever happens, or not whatever. He's like, I'm gonna let this happen. The storm that I made hit you, and that's him permitting it. It still seems like he's doing it.
Why do you feel like he's doing it?
Because he made the storm. Like he makes the weather. And even if he didn't, like if God didn't control the weather, I still feel like he should stop the storm. Right?
Or maybe we should
from hurting all the people.
Storms, don't you think?
What?
Or maybe we should not live where there are storms. Don't you think that also makes sense?
There's storms all over the world.
There's not storms all over the world. Like I can tell you right now, for example.
Where is there never storms?
I know there's floods in the States, right? That like cause multiple people to like lose their houses. Some people die. I think something like that happened this year. But for example, I live in Ecuador, and that doesn't happen, right?
You don't have storms in Ecuador?
There's storms, but like people don't die from storms, you know?
Okay. Let's look it up. Ecuador storm deaths. 0. Particularly destructing in January 2024. Deadly storms recently in 2024. One person was killed in Manta.
By a storm? There's a lot of deaths in terms of like violence related, but not.
No, it's from landslides from rain. Here we go. You know where Quito is? Capital city of Quito? I'm probably saying it wrong.
That's Quito.
This is in 2022. The mudslide of the slopes off the Pichincha. I'm sorry, I'm slaughtering your
that
names
was
here.
actually amazing.
Yeah, pretty good. Okay, volcano left 28 people dead, 52 injured, and 9 missing.
Volcano.
It was a landslide that happened on a volcano. It's not that the volcano erupted. It was just from rain. Yeah.
But yeah, for example, see, that's not even a bad storm. That's people going to places that it's not good to live, right? Like it wasn't massive as a nature thing, but you're going where like there's landslides.
I have to do a thing here. If Sarah's able to. I have to go, speaking of landslides, I have to do a pee. That sounds like it's going to be a poop, but it's going to be a pee. I'm going to have someone come in and jump up and just like kind of hold down the chat here, but you guys, you can chat a little bit if you want. If you can. Oh, TikTok isn't working. If anyone
like letting other people in, I'm almost 100% sure that you can.
No, they're just their TikTok is not working. They're saying I'm looking at a Discord where we're talking about it. Just trying to get it up. No, not working.
Shasa is asking me if we have earthquakes on the chats. Where are you from, Shasa? I'm not 100% sure.
There we go. Okay, yeah, I'll just be right back real quick. Thanks.
Let me get my headphones on.
Even if their audio doesn't work, just like be cool.
Schrodinger's pizza. Okay, I'm just gonna read the comments. I wish landslide came to you. Thank you so much for that.
Hello, Rodrigo. Rodrigo? I had a friend in high
Yes,
school
sir.
that was named Rodrigo, and we did this thing where we all said our names backwards for a period. And so like mine would be like Sarah, so it'd be like Haras, I guess. And then yours would be like Ogredor. And then there was
That's
Brad.
a mouthful to say.
Yeah. Don't read the comments. So here is right. Do not read the comments. There was and Brad was the other person that was so anyway, I wasn't listening a whole lot. I was kind of listening. What's up? What's happening right now?
I was about to go to sleep until I saw this live, and I was like, I'm Catholic, so I'm kind of trying to get into like studying the Bible and stuff. So I thought that the question was very thought-provoking. So I tried to jump and talk to this guy, which I'm actually kind of having fun. It's interesting.
Yeah, Mezzo's he makes you think, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I'm an atheist, by the way. You probably know because Mezzo brought me up here. So just making it clear.
Oh, actually, I wasn't sure of the context. If you also wanted to talk to him or anything else.
Oh, no. Yeah, he needed to go to the restroom or something, and so I'm just here to fill time.
I'm just having so much fun reading the comments.
Oh, yeah.
Why do you follow the religion of the Spanish colonizers? Well, actually, first of all, yes, because we were colonized. So I was born into the religion, but I've also questioned it a lot. And through my own search, I found Catholicism to be the one and true religion. Somebody asked me if I believe in magic or why I believe in magic. I don't believe in magic, but I'm curious as to who that guy that mentioned the magic word thinks we come from.
Well,
because that seems like a pretty...
Magic kind of depends on a definition, right? It's just basically, when you say, I don't believe in magic, it's just meaning, I don't believe in your definition of magic.
Oh, I'm reading and trying to answer the comments.
You're what?
I'm trying to answer people's comments.
Yeah, I don't know. He talked a bit. Hello. There wasn't a whole lot. We talked about how his name backwards would be Ogredor, because that's what we did in high school. I had a friend named Rodrigo, and we reversed our names in
Yeah,
bio
but that's
class.
like for you to be able to spell that out. It sounds that's a mouthful.
I have to write in reverse sometimes. Real quick, we have my favorite deconstruction doula, just super chat coming in from Kevin Michael. Thank you so much. Appreciate you for the $200. I don't get any of that. That goes to the deconstruction community. Oh, $2. And then Brother Jonathan says the rapture is back on. First it was September 23rd to 24th, then October 5th to 7th, and now October 17th and 19th. Time to buy dirt cheap real estate bought from gullible believers. Is there another rapture date? Is that true? That's fun. I mean, they just do it every month. Eventually you'll nail it. Yeah. Well, thanks, Forum. I appreciate that. And thanks to the Tube Stakes. And thank you to Pink and Blue Shark. If you guys don't follow, please follow her, okay? Because they're going live. And do you do mostly this kind of topic, right? It's all God, right?
Mostly deconstruction. Yeah, I mean, I have other stuff I'd like to do, but it's much harder. I know this stuff a little bit better, and the argument's better, so...
I mean, I used to say this about flat Earth, but it's also true of the God debate. Like, it's kind of an easy win. It's a little bit like, our side is trying to say that like there's not sorcery and and stuff, and so like they're coming at it from like a pretty difficult angle. Although they do have the all of history, people being religious, but anyways.
Do you remember where we
just,
left off?
that's a fallacious way to look at it, I guess. That's one way to do it.
That's my move, fellatioist. Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you very much, and you're amazing. Okay, so if you want to hang out for like the rest of this call, you're welcome to. But
I'll just meet up, and
you don't have to.
If you want to hear anything from me, let me know.
So, Rodrigo, you're saying you think everyone should move to Ecuador?
No, somebody's asking me why do I think that Americans should be drowned, and I don't believe that. But no, what I was saying is like, for example, what my stand on the last thing that you said is I don't think God actually says let there be a storm here, because otherwise, I mean, if he is, that would be a fairly consistent way of telling people don't live here, right? Because storms, floods usually happen same time every year, like the fires in California usually come same time of year. So I think it's also a matter of our choice of where we try to live in.
I mean, the whole earth has calamity all over it. Like everywhere has bad things that happen.
Yeah, but wouldn't you agree that there is places that are more hospitable than others?
Yeah, but they're more expensive to live in because of that, right?
That's not God's fault. That's 100% not God's fault. That's on us. Like we have to take accountability.
People take up space though. You can't just like fit everyone into these smaller spots.
I wouldn't say they're small. You have entire, for example, I would say even the States has, I think most of your land is non-populated. I think that's a true statistic, right?
I don't know if it's most. It's like half and half.
Well, I'm not like I saw it on the stand-up comedy, so I'm not gonna swear on it.
It doesn't really matter. Like, why would he be? He knows there are people there now. He sees a storm coming. He can stop the storm, and he chooses to let it go on. That's
why? Okay, my question is why will he make it easy for us?
Because he's good.
He didn't make it easy for himself.
That was dumb. If he's all good, he should make it easy for us.
Why?
That would be the good thing to do less harm to people. Unless you're saying he does want to harm people. Yeah, make it heaven. Yeah.
But then we will be angels, so then there will be no humanity. So you will be against the human. So you are against the human condition.
His whole thing is he's against this world. Why does he have it? If he wants to love us and stuff, start us off in heaven. Everyone's in heaven.
He loves us, and because he loves us, he gave us an earth. He gave us free will. He gave us the free will to either seek him.
Could he have given us an earth that doesn't have storms?
It did, but then humanity messed it up.
Can he turn the storms off now?
he can, but then
Why
that
wouldn't he?
wouldn't-
Why does he not want to turn the storms off now?
because here's the thing, right? And this is what I was going back to my Bible study of last week. If he did that, he will take away all of our free will, because then there
Oh,
will be
because we
no
all
faith
want there to
required.
be storms. Yes. Okay. That's interesting.
No, but because, for example,
Our
then you
human
wouldn't-
free
then
will
you
is that we
wouldn't,
all
quote,
want to
unquote,
die
believe.
in storms, so he has to obey our free will. Nobody wants storms. Turn them off. What are you talking about?
Actually, I have a question. Even if we wanted the storms, even if we wanted them, is it good to God for God to allow us to have the storms? So let me put it this way. Imagine there's like a hot dog eating contest, and you have a friend, he loves to eat hot dogs, and he's like, I'm gonna eat all of the hot dogs. I'm gonna eat so many hot dogs till I'll die if I don't win. I'll just do this till I die. What is the phrase? Like until I die. Anyway, unalive, I guess. So, and then you see him eating, you're like, just really good. And then he wins, and he's like, I'm going to keep going. I'm not stopping. And he keeps going, and the doctors are like, you can't keep doing it. You're literally going to die from eating hot dogs.
Yeah.
And so you're trying to stop him. You're trying to keep him from doing it because he's your friend and you care about him. Why doesn't God do these things? When people use their free will to do bad things, why is it so bad for God to interfere when you would interfere, I would assume?
I mean,
This
what are
guy's
you
going to
asking
choke
him
out
to
on
do?
hot
For
dogs.
example, what are you
They're
asking him
spooling
to
up out of
interfere
his
on? For
throat.
example,
You got to
if
go
you stay
stop
with the
him.
purpose of storms, I am 100% sure, and I'm betting on this, that storms specifically serve an ecological purpose. Like they
I
don't
see.
have to sell this
So
for
there's
different
no
games.
way he could do that ecological purpose without hurting us. It's like I'm trying to do the ecology here, but I don't know what else
But
to
listen,
do that
for
can't
example,
hurt
let's
you.
say storms happen, like there were, okay, so there were, and this makes a lot of sense when you think about it. If there were always storms
When you
in
think
certain
about it,
places, right? Then originally there were no people there because it wouldn't be hospitable, right? Because if we were originally nomads, we moved to where it was, quote unquote, easier to live at specific points in time. So we actually decided to consciously say, okay, we're gonna settle here and we're gonna stay here, regardless if there are droughts, floods, storms, hurricanes, and stuff like that. So that's our own decisions.
we need water to live. So we went to places where there was water. We went to deltas. We went to places where there was fertile land and water. Over time, some of those places dried up and stuff. But because we were multiplying from fuckery, we spread out and we chased the food and water supplies. Probably also like hunting, things like we're following animals that we could eat and stuff like that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're not like just going to the most desolate areas to avoid storms and then he's putting them there. We're just going to the only places he's made it where we can survive. And then he's throwing storms there.
I mean, look up the statistics on how many places in the world actually have like storms that kill people. Like, because
hold on one second. I'll look it up, but I got to do something real quick. Because this, like, hey Luke,
how's it going? I am.
hey,
I'm
wait your
25.
turn, dude. You're like going off in chat. Like, let me up. Just like we're gonna go in order, and I'm gonna let everyone up. But like, the more you yell, the less I want to let you up. So just like wait your turn, okay?
Yes, sir. I'm here when you want me.
Yeah, I want you less because you keep saying, "Let me up, let me up, let me." Like, just chill. Like I'm gonna try and go through the whole list. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, so where on earth do people not die from storms? It says no single place is completely safe from storms, but some regions have statistically lower risk. Is that good for you? Singapore. We should all move to Singapore.
Those people?
Yeah, go. God loves Singaporeans. They all still get cancer, though. That sucks.
So a minority of people get cancer.
I didn't hear what you said, but I also feel like you're not understanding the dilemma here. Whether there's a place or not that gets more or less storms, God has the ability to turn a hurricane off, and he lets it sweep through and kill a bunch of people. Now, to me, that seems evil, but that's just because I have like a sense of morals here. What about you? If you had a button that could stop a hurricane that was coming towards Ecuador, would you turn it off, or would you have like passive will?
Yes, I will turn it off.
Why?
So I don't want people to die.
Okay, because you like people and you think that them dying in pain would be terrible, and like children and families would be ripped apart, and some of them would die and some of them would live, and there'd be heartbreak and terrors, and then the rebuilding and all of that, and like it also wipes out the crops. Like it's just a terrible all around. But the ecosystem's good because then we get it kills a bunch of the fish. Like it kills a lot of stuff, but then like later some other life can thrive. Like it's good for plant life. Is that what you think?
Yeah, I mean,
that's good.
Here, I have two thoughts here. The first one is, I think you quoted Aquinas earlier, and I think he has this quote. It's like, there's a lot of things that we'll never understand because our knowledge compared to God is like the same of an ant compared to us. So I understand your questioning, and it makes complete sense to question it. But at some point, you have to admit, like, whether God is good or evil, if there is a superior being that has more knowledge than us, we're not gonna understand them, right? So that will be my first one.
Yeah, he's like he's just like nonsensical. Like he's just like, I don't get it. Yeah. Okay.
100%.
So maybe evil. We don't know.
But that depends on the definition of evil, right? Because if this person created you, he can determine.
According to him, he might be like, oh, it'd be super evil to torch all these people, and I'm going to do that. And maybe
here's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you wouldn't, like, for example, here's the thing, like, because, and this is kind of like weird, it doesn't make sense to argue like from a religious point of view, because we believe that God is good, and he says like, only I am good, right? So he is good, he is love, he is honesty, he is purity, all of those things.
But not if he's hurting people. That's not good. That'd be bad.
It depends. I kind of sometimes see this as a father that uses tough love. So it depends on how you see it. I understand how you can question it. I think if he, for example, going back to the topic of the question, if God was we know, I don't think we would, because at the God I believe in, it's all powerful. We would only know if he would want us to know, right?
Okay, so yeah, we don't know like if he's good or not. We just have to kind of
for example, if we're talking about evil, who I know it's evil and does evil, it will be Satan and his demons, right? Because he's actively taking us.
Yeah, what does Satan do that's bad?
He puts temptation in front of us.
He puts what in front of us?
Temptation in front of us.
Temptation. Okay. And so tempting people is bad, but killing them might be good. We don't know.
So here's the thing, right? If you believe in eternal life, and you have two ways, right? If you die, you can go to heaven and live in harmony with God, which is what you want.
Right. So it's good to kill people.
That's good. Yes. You're going to die eventually. And then
so why are we like...
You have another person that it's making you super comfy on earth with pleasures and everything through sin.
Why is murder like one of the rules that we're not supposed to do then? That should be encouraged. Send people to heaven. Right?
Well, if they die and they're in grace, they're going to heaven.
Yeah, right. Like God should be like, and the rule is, if someone believes in Jesus, kill them as fast as you can.
Here's the thing, right? For example, you mourn the dead, right, because you are here, but the person who died does not mourn himself because
right. So shouldn't God make the rule be to kill Christians? Like, send them up.
No, because then you are exerting a right that only he has. And that's one of the things he says, like, only God can speak about someone's life. Like, that's when they say, like, you are nobody, for example.
So when he does it, even though it'd be bad for us, it's good for him.
Who says it's bad for us if you're going to heaven?
To kill people is bad, right?
For humans to kill people is bad.
Right. That's what I just said. Why are you arguing with that?
I'm not arguing with that.
Okay. So for us to kill
But God is
people
not
is
human.
bad, but for him to kill people is good.
He's not killing people. That's where we disagree.
Okay. Well, good stuff, Rodrigo. Thank you so much. I can't talk to you anymore. All right. And to this guy B who keeps saying, put me on, let me in. I invited you up. Where are you at? I invited you up half an hour ago. Come on up.
Mezzo, you know how there's tofu dogs, right? And turkey dogs.
drop
Do you
you
think you
down.
can make it out of like sharks or different meats?
Get the fuck out of here. I knew it. There was a place in B, you're not in the request box. Come on up. Like, I invited you, you're not in the box. Come on up. Yeah. But like there was a place that said they had vegan dogs and they were just carrots, and it was like come on. Mike, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hey, what's up, dude? I'm 40 years old, and I practice Christianity now. I grew up Catholic, but I practice Christianity now.
All right. So if God was evil, would you know?
Oh, so I kind of joined in a little late. I was hearing the conversation about storms when you guys were talking. So that's the question you guys are asking. If God was evil, would you know? Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I do not believe God is evil. I don't. And I believe I know that just because I believe what the scripture says.
Okay, so if like the really good thing to do was to lie, and God was all good, how would he tell you that rule?
I said it. So if the good thing to do was to lie,
Yeah.
and what was the second part of that?
And he's good, how does he tell you the rule?
Huh. Actually, it's confused. I'm not sure.
He'd have to say, don't lie.
Gotcha. Okay. I think I understand. And,
Because the truth is lie. So he has to lie and say that the rule is to not lie. This is just a little puzzle that's silly and fun to think about.
I
but
like it.
it also shows that, like, we don't really know what the rules are.
I actually like that, what you just said. And I'll give you what I believe, because I can only talk from what I believe. So I would have to say to myself, why am I not lying, right? Because I've lied before, you know? Like, God, the way I found him was through addiction, right? So I don't come from this, like, righteous past, right? So my reasoning for honesty, right, in the times that I can muster it up, right? And when I say that, I mean, I do lie still, right? But the reason I don't in the times that I don't, right, is not because I'm told not to lie, okay? It's not because I'm told not to do it. The reason in the times where I don't lie is because I'm so grateful that he saved my life. And this is just me. I'm grateful that he pulled me out of jail. He pulled me out of addiction. He pulled me out of poverty. He pulled me out of homelessness, right? I'm so grateful for what he did for me. And those things have happened to me. So I'm grateful that he saved my life. So
Yeah, but what if
it's like
that was
I
Satan
have
who did that?
gratitude.
You don't know that was God. That could have been Satan. He could have been the one who put you in all that.
So, okay, so valid, right? So I believe, right? And do you mind if I use scripture? Is that part?
I would prefer it. Atheists love reading the Bible because it's so horrible.
Gotcha.
We're like, yeah, read it up. Read these other verses too. These
Yeah.
are, here he is being a fucking dick. Here he is being a monster. Here he is condoning slavery. Yeah, read the whole thing.
All right, cool. So, I agree, bro. Growing up, honestly, dude, the Bible was nothing good to me, right? It was all punishment. So my understanding has definitely changed, and I'll start with that, right? But in Luke 3, I'm referencing that because that's when Jesus was baptized, right? After he was baptized, it says the Spirit led him to the wilderness for 40 days and 40 nights to be tempted by the devil. Long story short, At the end of all that, it says he comes out of the will, and I'm paraphrasing, just to shorten it. It says at the end of it, after he's tempted and he passes those tests, he comes out of the wilderness with power. Like he's filled to the brim, basically, with the Holy Spirit. So the answer to your question, I think, right, for what you said, how do I know it was God and not Satan? I believe it was both. I believe God sent me through these things so I would get closer to him through, right? He sent me to Satan, right? And then Satan tempted me and I failed some tests, I passed some tests, but in the end, I got closer to God. I do believe that, right?
Do you think God is all good?
I do.
So this is going to be a problem then, because what you're saying is that he did something that was like temporarily not good in order to achieve a later better good, but to be all good, he wouldn't be able to do that first part. The slightly bad thing.
I understand that thought. I do understand. I do. And again, I can only share my experience, but I do respect your thought. I do. You have a very, very, what I like about you is your mind. Like you're very authentic.
I'm handsome too. Like I'm not just a
I'm very
freaking
good looking
like
too. I get it. You spotted. You got it. But you have an authentic mind, and I do too.
Long thing.
Yeah. So and I got a genuine heart, and I was being genuine.
I don't have that.
Yeah, I think you do. You're pretty genuine, but whatever. I believe what I said. I believe in that, and I appreciate you, bro. This is a good thing, and I think if more people had conversations like this, like.
I mean that's cool and all, and I appreciate the hitting on me and stuff. But like that doesn't really like solve the problem that an all good God wouldn't do something that has a little bit of bad in it. That'd be a little bit bad God.
I guess agree to disagree. I guess through my experience,
a mostly good God.
So in the I'll give you another one. But in the Bible it says God uses all things for good. It says that he uses all things for good.
Do you think in the Bible God ever does anything that's not good?
Like not good? No, I think everything's good. I think his reasoning for what he's doing. So, okay, here you go. Okay, I got you.
What if he harmed someone and it was not for good?
So it comes down to intentions, I think, maybe, or motives. So I believe his motives are always good. I do.
Okay, but what if he said, I'm going to harm them and not for good? Then
when did he say that? When did he say that?
This is in Amos chapter 9. And though they go into captivity in front of their enemies, there I will command the sword, and it shall kill them, and I will fix my eyes on them for harm and not for good.
Got it. And now who are the enemies in that? I'm just asking.
The Israelites.
Okay, cool.
So like some of the Israelites who don't believe, he's going to have them killed, and he's going to harm them for not good. He says, I'm going to do it not for good.
Can you read it one more time?
I will fix my eyes on them for harm and not for good.
I will fix my eyes on them. And the context of that was Old Testament or New Testament?
It's Amos. It's Old Testament.
Oh, sorry. You just taught me something. So, okay, here's what I believe. Okay, so the Old Testament, there was a contract, and it was explained to me like this. If you bought a house, and you lived in that house, and you were paying rent, and the guy had a contract, right? The homeowner. And it said, whatever it said, you were under that contract, right? It said if you miss rent, the first week, if you miss a week of rent, you pay a penalty, right? And that's that contract. Now you move out of that house into a new house, and you have a new owner of that house. And he comes up with a new contract and says, if you miss a week of rent, you don't worry about the first week. We could figure it out, right? Are you still under the old contract, even though you're in the new house with a new owner? No, right? Because you're in a new house, a new owner, a new contract. So the Old Testament, for me, is a lot of just history, and it's learning from it. And I'm not too.
Do you think it really happened, though?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if he did something, so that's all well and good, and the contracts can change. But if the landlord had an old contract and a new contract, and the old contract said, if you don't pay, I will harm you with a sword, and it won't be good, then would you say that landlord is all good? I feel like the landlord is saying it's going to be not good because of the words that he used. Yeah. So in this part. In the old days, God was not good. Now he's good.
So I believe he was always good, right?
But he said not. He said he wasn't.
No. I'm just saying what my understanding of it is. From what you read, I'm gonna just tell you my understanding. So I believe he was all good, right? And he does talk to us in a language that we understand. And maybe back then people were a little harsher.
But we don't understand
in a language he understood. No, I'm saying he talked to them. He was talking to them back then, right? And for us, our understanding of the Bible is going to vary. That's why it's good to ask questions. For me, it was good to ask questions, to have people who know more than me about it. The Old Testament, I am not 100%. You know what I tell my son every night?
I'm just reading the other version to make sure. They go to captivity before their enemies. Hence, this is the King James. Thence will I command the sword, and it shall slay them, and I will set mine eyes upon them for evil and not for good. He changed it to evil here. So do you think God is correct in that he's evil here when he says he's evil?
That one more time. What was the verse? Go ahead.
Amos chapter 9, verse 4. I will set my eyes upon them for evil and not for good. So are you saying that this one's not true?
No, it's true. It's 100% true.
Okay, so is he all good, or is he sometimes good and sometimes evil?
So again, I believe he's all good, right?
Then this is a contradiction. So that's impossible. You've said something that can't be true. He can't be all good and not good. That doesn't make sense.
It's like, I do respect the way you look at it. I just disagree from my understanding and my experience. And I know that it's
it's fine. I mean, this is classic contradiction. Like this is like
I get it.
Christian contradiction. They believe in things that are impossible. Like that's kind of what you have to do in order to like follow the religion. Like I get it. It makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you though, man. And just one more thing I just want to share before I leave. I appreciate you having an open forum and that you accept people to talk about it. That's cool. And God. My 2-year-old, right? I tell him the story of David and Goliath every night because I want him to know that there are going to be challenges in life and there are ways to beat the impossible through belief.
You don't want to let your kid turn into a brat. If they don't think there's challenges,
that's the main goal.
It's true. They'll turn into a brat, and that is like honestly, you guys.
I want him to be. I want him to be a good person. I do.
You don't. The brats are the worst.
And you know what's funny? What was your first name? I'm sorry, I don't think I got it.
Mezzo.
A Mezzo, Mike. My son, one thing I love about him is if a kid's sitting by himself, he'll go over to the kid, right? He includes people. And I think that's something that can't be taught and it's supernatural, when he's in daycare and it's like 2. So I believe there's good,
You guys got to give me a tally on that one. Come on over. All right. Thanks, Mike. That's been really contradictory. Good stuff. Okay. You guys got to give me for the brat is the worst. The brat worst. Like, come on, that's gotta count. Okay, B and Luke, we're gonna do both of you guys at the same time. Welcome in, B. What's your age and religion?
Hey, no age, no religion.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming up. Don't ever come back. Luke, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hey, I'm 25 and I'm independently religious, so I don't follow anything, but I've studied just about everything.
So, like, do you think Jesus is God or anything?
No, it's more of like I've taken what I like from Buddhism, what I like from Christianity, what I like from just about everything. So,
what about atheism?
Atheism has some really interesting points.
We don't believe in God, though. That's our thing.
No, but what I like about it and what I like about searching different religions is constantly challenging ideas. And that's what you do good is, and why I wanted to come on, is I want to kind of like counterpoint with you and really get to the bottom of this. So I don't believe I'll give you my thoughts here. I don't believe God is evil.
Do you think he's all good?
No, I think he performs the highest good. Maybe like how I might make a sacrifice to do something better, but it's not perfect. I mean, who can be?
So he's not perfect?
No, I don't think so.
Do you think he made the universe?
He rules it. Made it? I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if this is the right conversation for us, so I'll probably just go back to something a little bit more interesting here. Sorry about that. It's just not the right thing. Oh, shit, it's B. B, I thought you said you weren't going to ever come back.
Oh, no, I was just waiting for you. You asked me my age and my religion.
Yeah, you're not allowed to be up here unless you're over 18. You said you didn't say you were over 18.
Well, okay, I'm over 18.
Oh, okay. And you're like a Christian, or you're religious about God or something?
I'd rather not be judged.
Well, it just says for believers to request up. Do you believe in like God?
I do.
Which one?
And you don't?
Well, I don't know which one you're talking about.
Which God?
Yeah. Like, who is it?
The only God there is.
Like, is it Steve? Or...
How old are you?
I'm 56.
Steve. How you look good.
Oh my God. Thank you.
I mean, no, come on. I'm not hitting on you.
No, it's fine. Like, it's just you and me here. It's all good. How old are you?
Funny.
How old are you again?
I am 56.
Do you want to
But here's my
fuck
question.
me, or do you want to get to the
Why-
point, or like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm getting to the point.
God,
Why
hurry
haven't
up.
you learned this? Why didn't you learn this before, like when you were younger?
Atheism?
Well, yeah, atheism is
I
like
did.
teenage years.
What?
Yeah, your atheism
Man,
is
you were
teenage
yelling and
years.
yelling, let me up, and then you have nothing to say? What are you doing?
I've got a ton to say.
Go. This is
If
you got a
God was
platform.
evil, would you know?
How many whiskeys have you had tonight?
I haven't had any whiskeys.
What is it that you're sipping on?
I'm sipping on gin and juice.
Okay.
No, hold on. If God was evil, would you know?
I'm changing this
Believers
background.
request. No, hold on. Yeah, you probably should change that background.
Okay, let's just do let's
Satan
do I don't know if
If
I still
there
have
is
my
no
Satan.
God, put Satan up there.
I don't think I have a Satan one.
Oh, come on.
Hey, OZ, you're
OZ.
you're like echoing a little bit.
As a father, that
Let's just do this one. Okay.
There
All
you
right.
go.
So the Christian God is make believe. You're a Christian, right?
I suppose I would be considered a Christian.
Like, you think
I believe
Jesus
in
is God and stuff?
Jesus was a person, yeah.
You think he's God?
I don't think you're asking the right questions, though.
What do you think I should ask?
If the stars are only reaching us from billions of light years away, and Jesus was 2,000 years ago,
I gotta write this down. This is longer than I thought. Hold on. 1 second. If the stars are only reaching us from billions
well, I don't know.
of
What is it,
light
13.8
years
now?
away, and Jesus what?
And Jesus was only 2,000 years ago.
Okay. comma.
What are you putting it into your and putting it into Google or what?
I'm just writing it down so I can make this the.
Okay,
you said to ask a better question. I'm going to make it the new background.
Okay, you are funny. I appreciate it.
Is that the end of the question?
No, not at all. Then why would Jesus be Lord?
Jesus be Lord. Okay. If the stars are only reaching us from billions of light years away and Jesus was only 2,000 years ago, then why would Jesus be Lord?
It sounds dumb, doesn't it?
I think this is a bad question because it doesn't make any offering anything interesting. I think the question is, this is really sucks.
Come on, it's kind of interesting.
Oh, Zed, do you want to answer that question?
I do not know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't think anyone knows what you're talking about, B. Do you want to maybe drop down, B? Drop down, have some coffee, sober up, and come back later? Just because this is public and it's going to be embarrassing. There's 700 people watching. There's 700 people watching you kind of have it. Well, there's 5 here, and then on YouTube, there's 300 more.
Okay, that's cool. Would you mind if I just hang out?
Just drop down and sober up and then come back up when you're ready.
No, that's all right.
Okay, what's up, Ozed? How old are you? What's your religion?
I'm 25. I am Christian.
All right, well, we're talking about how the Christian God is make-believe. That's the one you believe in. So what do you think about that?
Okay, that's interesting. I was going to actually answer the former question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. I think it was quite an interesting question. I've never really done anything like this before, but I was just scrolling past and I saw the question. So I think the question was, if God was evil, would you know?
Yeah.
And I think the question itself is kind of leading, because if God was evil, no one would know.
Right.
Not even the atheist, right? So, I mean, how would you, if God was actually evil and we are assuming that he is evil, we are assuming he is real, we are assuming he created everything, then I think he would be the standard of what morality would be. And if he's evil...
Let me rephrase it. I should redo it because, people are saying this a lot where it's if loving your neighbor was evil, then that's what it would be. He would say to do that, and that's what it would be. But that's not what I mean. What I mean is if he was a trickster, right? If he was saying to do all this stuff, but actually he didn't want you to, or if he said, "Hey, by believing in me, you'll come to heaven," but when in reality, when you get there, he sends you to hell. How would you know? What side is he on?
I think the question is irrelevant then. If you're saying that, how would you know if he is real? And
being honest with you.
If he's honest, I think at the end of the day, you cannot know that, but you can't also, when you think about it this way, if there is a God that created the universe, at least the God that Christians believe in, has to meet some certain standards for him to be all powerful, all loving, all these things. There can be no one more powerful than him, so he has to be all powerful. There can be no one more good than him, so he has to be all good. There can be no one more XYZ than him, so he has to be all those things, right? And those things are why he is God, right? Because if he wasn't those things, then he's not worth worshiping.
Yeah, so, that's why I'm asking, because if he's all powerful, all knowing, and all evil, then you wouldn't want to worship him. Yeah, by the way, JMR said a really good answer on YouTube. He said that the Bible God isn't creative enough to actually be tricking us, which that's a pretty good answer. It's pretty fun. Yeah. So, look, I mean, I guess you wouldn't, like you said, you wouldn't really know. He could be tricking you because he's the best trickster in the world, or in the universe. But he actually just wants you to eat shit and die. You just wouldn't know,
but then the question is, does the evidence point to him being a trickster, though?
Right. Yeah. So like when we look at the Bible, does it look like he actually likes us, or does it look like maybe he wants to fucking kill us? You know.
I would let me ask you a question. So, what is your evidence that he hates humans?
Sure. Yeah. So like
I'm sorry.
unjust punishments.
Can I just, like, you have to take the Bible in its entirety, not just some. You're saying that if he unjustly punished this group of people, then it means he doesn't like the human race. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So the logic is, if he unjustly punished a particular group of people. Okay, let's. I don't see how that would mean.
He unjustly punishes most people.
Most? Really?
Yeah.
This was like a group of. This was. You're talking about probably like the Amorites.
No, hell. Like people, more people go to hell than heaven.
That's actually, where do you see that?
The gates to hell are wide and the gates to heaven are narrow.
That was talking
it's
about
harder. It's harder to get into heaven. Ozed,
No.
it says it's easier to get through the eye of a needle than it is to get into heaven. Can you and I fit through an eye of a needle? Like, not very many people can fit through the eye of a needle. It's less people than can.
Well. Culturally, it was a gate called the Eye of the Needle that the camel couldn't bend into. But let's.
And do most people go through that?
No. But you do know the context of the Eye of the Needle stuff, right?
Do most people go through it?
Door. No, wait. I'm coming. But you do know the context of the door. I'm going to answer the question of.
He was saying it's like it's easier to get through this regular sized door. That's what he was saying.
No. It was. So there's a door that was called the Eye of the Needle.
Yeah.
That the camel.
How big is the door?
It was a smaller door, so the camel would have to bend through it. And he was talking about a rich man can't.
But it could. The camel can kind of just like the camel can duck and get through.
No, the camel would have to bend to enter. So that's what he was trying to say, that a rich man. He was talking about the rich, that it was hard for a rich man to enter. It's easier for a camel to enter through the Eye of the Needle, which was a hard thing for people to get their camel through the Eye of the Needle. And he was saying it was easier to do that thing.
How do you get into heaven?
A rich man.
What's the way?
By believing that Jesus died for your sins.
Do most people believe Jesus died for their sins?
I would say, well, a lot of people do.
Do you want me to look it up for you?
When you say most, what do you mean? I mean
like human beings, like people, humans.
I mean, we have over 2 billion people that believe it, so yeah.
Sure, religious beliefs, numbers, global.
I think it's
right now it's 28% Christian. Okay, so that's we'll round up to 30. So 70% of people don't believe Jesus died for their sins. 30% do. So which one's more?
Obviously, the 70% is more.
And they go to, when they die, they go to.
Yeah, if they die in their sins, they're gonna go to hell. But then you have to wait.
They are sinning because they're not Christian. They don't believe Jesus is God.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So most people go to eternal skin-ripping torture for eternity, and I think that's an unjust punishment. So I would look at that and go like, this God's not good.
What's your standard for justice? What's your
standard? It's in the name of it. Like, justice is about fairness, right? So it's about that the unnatural consequence, right? Like, a natural consequence just happened. Like, if you don't wear your coat, you're going to be cold outside. That's a natural consequence. But when you issue out a consequence, that's a judgment. And in order for the judgment to be just, it's about being fair and balanced. B knows it. Thanks, B. You know what I'm talking about. So the punishment fits the crime. You've done a justice, right? Do you agree or no?
I do agree, but do you also agree that it's not just about the action that was committed, but who you did it against or what you did it against? For example, if I should scratch a rock, right, there will be no consequence. But if I scratch something more valuable like a Lamborghini, there will be more consequence than if I scratch a rock. So it's not just what I did, it's also what I did again. So I'm getting somewhere. So
no, I don't understand what you mean. So like absolutely.
Is that you're sinning against
so absolutely.
God.
But listen to why that doesn't help you, because if you scratched a rock, like if you scratched my rock and I sued you and took you to court, they would say that rock is worthless. We don't care. But if you scratch my Lamborghini, they would say give him $300,000 to fix the scratch.
Yeah,
but they would never say, Ozed, they would never say you owe him infinite money. Infinite is going to be too much for any crime.
You have to get this.
Because we're living in this temporal world. There's no crime we can do.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter. For example, the Lamborghini.
Hold on one second. I just want to mute you, but like, shut the fuck up for a second. There's no crime you can do in this temporal world that would lead you to be issued out an eternal punishment. Okay, doesn't matter to who or what time. Sorry, I had to mute you for that, but you're just over talking me so much. Go ahead.
I'm sorry for that. Okay, so I go now.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry I was talking over you. I just got on a roll.
We were getting passionate and heated. It's okay. I just wanted to get that point across.
So I think the problem is that I think you didn't really get what I was saying, right? The Rock and the Lambo, why did it increase to $300,000 fine? Right? It's because of the value of the Lamborghini is more than the value of the Rock, so it multiplies, right? So I'm saying if I should destroy a Lambo, let me use this example. If I should destroy a Lambo, right, I should set it on fire. It's one thing. I may go to prison for whatever. I don't know how. I'm a Nigerian, so I don't know how the U.S. system is.
If you burned my $1 million Lamborghini, you'd give me $1 million.
Okay, I'll give you
to be just and fair. Yeah.
But if I should burn someone or I should kill someone, it's now a lot worse. Even if I burnt, let's say, just the same way I burnt Lambo, I burnt someone alive.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be like, okay, now they're going to multiply. Now the crime, even though it was the same action, the consequence is now more. So what I'm saying
assuming that you did it because you're just like a crazy person who want to hurt them. Like if you were following God's rule to like burn women sometimes, if they were like sleeping around, then I assume that like you would think that's still good. Like if it's for a punishment. But the one of like if you're just like an arsonist, then you would go to jail for like your whole life. You took a life, you go to jail for your whole life, but not for eternity.
But that's my point. My point is a human is finite, right? But now if I sin, I'm coming. Yes.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, you need to get where I'm going to, right? So I'm saying if I sin against a rock, it doesn't mean anything. If I sin against a Lambo, in quotes, if you get the point, if you sin quotes against a Lambo, then you get maybe $300,000 fine or $1 million fine. If I sin against a human, I at best gets life imprisonment at best, right? But then if I sin against an eternal God, the question is, what should that punishment be? What should justice be? Yeah. What is fairness when you sin against an eternal God?
Sure. So I'll answer that now because you're kind of like beating around the bun, and I want to get to the meat of the issue here. So I think that with The Rock, the reason that you don't have to pay anything is because you haven't really hurt anything, right? And nothing is hurt. With the car is damaged, and the person is like hurt because of that, because their wealth has been removed, and so you pay that much damage. With God, you don't hurt him. There's no he's unaffected by your disbelief. It makes no difference to his godliness. He loses nothing. It's just like he can still just be like, okay, come in. like it just doesn't do anything because he's like infinite and powerful and stuff, that you've damaged nothing. You can't hurt God, can you?
Except the fact that you
can you hurt God?
You can hurt his creation. That's what sin is.
This is about doing it to God. Can you damage God?
No, just like your car isn't you, the creation of God isn't God, but it's still his.
I'm talking about just disbelief. Does it hurt God?
Disbelief? No, it doesn't.
Okay, so the sin of disbelief is harmless, right? So it should have a harmless consequence, but it comes with torture as consequence.
No,
that's unjust.
Okay. I think I get where you're going now. I think I get where you're going.
I'm already there.
Okay. Let me, I think we need to put it like this. The Christian faith is not just not believing that God exists, right? You have to first understand that man sinned against an eternal being. The eternal punishment was supposed to be eternal separation from that being, right? That's what all hell is. It's just separation from God. You can't be, if you don't want to be here, if you didn't choose him in time, you're not going to be with him outside of time, right? That's just it. Now he sends his son to die and take on the punishments that we should have taken, right? And because the son is eternal, yada yada yada, we become, the bridge is closed basically. And so he says, believe in what the son
why
has
is the
done,
bridge closed? Is he not eternal? He's not eternally forgiving?
Because he paid. Pardon?
You mean like we can't, after we die, we can't get to heaven if we didn't go there right away?
No, wait.
What bridge is closed?
No, I meant the gap between, like, that the gap that sin created is closed. Like, that's what.
This is just a preachy thing. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I was trying to make the point of, I was trying to answer your question, right? So the point is, this belief is not just, oh, I don't believe that there is a God. You're quite funny. So it's not just believing that there is no God. It's actually believing that Jesus died for your sins. So if you don't believe that, then there's no, what do you want God to do? I mean, the question of eternal punishment now is no more hinged on God. The problem is now you. The problem is now man. Do you get what I'm saying? You weren't listening, were you?
Yeah, it just seemed like you're doing a bit of a preach there. I'm trying to say, and just really try to hear this without like talking over it. No matter what temporal crime you can do in this lifetime, you don't deserve eternal punishment. There is no way for justice to be balanced with eternity at stake. It's impossible. The weight of that punishment will always overpower the crimes of that sin, right?
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question though.
All right, what's your question?
My question was, what is the consequence of sin against an eternal being?
It should be nothing, because you can't hurt them. You can't do anything to them. The reason I get in trouble for stabbing you with a sword is because you lose your life. If I stab God with a sword, does he lose his life?
No.
No, so that doesn't hurt him. So there's no punishment for that.
Should there be a punishment for your child lying to you?
From God? No.
No, I'm saying you. Would you punish your child for lying to you?
Yeah, I give them a consequence.
Why?
So they learn not to.
Why? It doesn't hurt you.
So that they don't lie in their future, because if you lie to some people, you're going to get in trouble.
It doesn't hurt you. I'm forget them.
It does. It breaks the trust. Yeah.
It breaks
because I'm not all knowing. I don't know if they're telling the truth. I need that trust to remain unbroken. I lose something. I'm not hurt physically, no, but the relationship is damaged. With God, you could lie to God. He's all knowing. It doesn't matter. There's no broken trust. But he's all knowing, so he always knows the truth. He doesn't need trust to know the truth. I only need it to know the truth.
It doesn't matter. If he's
so, do you think lying to God is a punishment worthy of death?
I think you're taking it to its extreme.
Do you think lying to God is a punishment worthy of death? If I lied to God right now, he's just in like just killing me?
Well, that's not the consequence of lying to God, but
I mean,
basically,
biblically it
whatever he
is.
does,
Biblically it is. Do you agree with it?
I think the problem with saying do you agree with it is that we are assuming it's like if God is really, if he's real, if we're assuming he's real.
Man, I have a whole bunch of guest requests who might like want to answer actual questions and have a conversation here. I don't know if you want to answer this one, but do you think lying to God should be worthy of death or not?
If God says it is, then that's what it is.
God thinks it is. Do you think it is?
If God does, yes. Well, I mean, it's his universe.
Really?
I don't make the rules.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's if he's real. If he's real.
No, he's not,
right?
luckily, because that would be a nuts thing to concede, that if you lie to God.
Yeah,
like, hey, hey, God, dear God, hey, dear baby Jesus, I'm a frog. All right, I'm a frog. I want you to know that I'm a frog, and now I've lied to you. If he like took my life right now, you'd be like, yep, he deserved it. Mezzo deserved to die.
Not what the Bible
Do you think I deserve to die?
You're making a
Trying to be smited, Mezzo.
That was weird. You're
This
making
whole
a
conversation's
caricature
been
of what
weird.
Christianity is. Like, if he killed you for lying,
It's in the Bible. Oh, is it like that's just what it says?
That he will kill you for lying?
Yes.
I'm not. Please, can you tell me what part of the Bible that is?
Hi, Sam.
Huh? Hi. You sound so enthused.
Well, just read the Bible. Okay. And they come here, and he says, Satan filled your heart to lie to the Holy Spirit and keep back part of the proceeds of the land. How is it you've not contrived this? You did not lie to us, but to God. And when he heard these words, he fell down and died. All right. So that's God takes this man's life because he lied about the money. Huh?
Well, the interpretation of that thing is mostly that, at least according to C.S. Lewis and some other theologians, is that Peter, it was in Peter's anger that the man
Peter
died.
killed him?
Basically, yeah.
Oh, so you just don't believe the like words here?
It's about interpretation.
So Peter murdered these people?
There is no law that says...
Wait, hold on. Did Peter murder them?
I'm not really familiar with... I'm not as familiar with...
It's either the case that God murdered them or Peter murdered them. But either way, they didn't deserve it. Right? Like, that's crazy. Right? Either way, it's unjust, right?
Unjust to who? Based on what? There is no justice apart from
That's such a good question. All right, that's enough of that. Okay. Hi, Sam. How are you? Are you there?
I'm back.
What's going on?
I received a call from my friend Jordan. That reminds me, have you met Jordan before?
Michael B. Jordan?
Okay, so if I received a call from Michael B. Jordan, with all due respect, Mezzo, I would not be here. I would be receiving a dick appointment. Okay, I just need to...
Well, I mean, that's why I'm asking, because, like, bring me along. I'm not, but I'd switch. Like, I don't think that counts as a switch.
To watch.
I don't think with him it doesn't count as a switch.
I think everyone deserves a free...
I don't think that counts as straight for you.
Okay.
It's just not the word for it.
No. I think everyone deserves a ride on Michael B. Jordan free ticket.
How much are tickets? Nice. Jacob, welcome in. You're here with Sam and B. It's an all-star lineup tonight. I'm Mezzo. You're Jacob. What's your age and religion?
I'm Mezzo. Yep, I'm Jacob. I'm 29, and I'm a Christian.
Awesome. Well, we're talking about how the God you believe in is make-believe. I hope that's not a problem for you. Like, does that mess up your religion at all? to learn that?
No, I mean, you making that statement doesn't really affect me. What do you mean by that statement? My God is make-believe, or the Christian God is make-believe?
Just like it's not for realsies.
It's not for realsies. What does that mean? Like, what do you mean by that?
God doesn't exist in actuality.
God doesn't exist. Okay.
Was that really,
So how do you know
really
that God
didn't
doesn't
get that from that? Are you being honest, or is that like you were trying to rephrase it?
Are we being
No, I
Jordan
was just
Peterson
trying to
right now?
understand what you mean, like specifically, because some people will say stuff like that, and I just don't know what you mean exactly. But by not exist, how do you know that God doesn't exist?
Because his description's a contradiction, and contradictions are impossible. You can't be a all-powerful, able to do everything, and also not able to do everything. It just doesn't make sense, you know?
Wait, so you're saying that you don't think God exists, you don't believe that God exists because of a logical contradiction?
Yeah.
Can you explain to me that logical contradiction again?
Sure, yeah. So like the way I usually describe this is you probably are familiar with like just basic logical contradictions, but just for the audience, I talk about my omni-purple cat. And the cat that I have is all purple, top to bottom, head to toe, left to right, back to front, inside and out. All purple. Tongue, teeth, eyes, tail, poop, purple. Guts, purple. Hair, purple. And it's also half yellow. So that cat I just described can't exist. Maybe I'm describing it wrong, but the way I described it, it's impossible. So we know that cat isn't real. It's make-believe cat. With God, he's described as he can do everything, right? Can God do everything?
Yeah, I mean, I think that sentence has to be qualified, but for the sake of this argument,
if you're qualifying it, then it's not everything. So no would be the answer.
Well, actually, yeah, like the Bible, like the God that I believe in from the Bible, that I believe the Bible teaches about, there's never a phrase in the Bible that says God can do everything.
It says through him all things are possible. Stuff like that.
So that would have to be contextualized. That would be picking out a verse and making it to mean what you mean in your argument. But that's
so when I say, do you think God can do everything? You say no. Okay. Can God do everything?
Doesn't.
Does Jacob's God, can Jacob's God do everything?
Well, I think this is where we have to actually define what we mean.
Everything, like all actions. Like, can he run? Can he swim? Can he jump over tall buildings in a single bound? Can he heal sick people? Can he do every act?
Well, so those are some qualifications that I appreciate you asserting, but I would also assert that if you mean by that, like for example, can God sin? Can God?
Sure,
God
yeah. Can he cut off a cat's head? Can he murder someone unjustly?
I would say this is how I would define it to keep it simple. God can do everything that he says in the Bible that he can and will do. So if he doesn't say in the Bible that he can do this thing, or that he's willing to do this thing, or that he would consider doing this thing, then I wouldn't. He
says he does things that aren't for good. Like he says he does bad things.
And I don't think the Bible says that where does he say that he does bad things?
What translation do you like?
I can read any translation.
I was looking at the King James earlier. Do you like that one?
Sure, it's fine.
So in the book of Amos, there's this verse in chapter 9. I think it's 9:4. Does that sound right? Sam,
sure.
You know what's the verse I'm talking about? You get Sam loves actually, Amos.
This is like no, no Mezzo.
Oh,
right.
Why am I reading this?
I actually don't know, but I'm intrigued.
Okay, here it is. He's talking about how some of these Israelites don't believe in him, so he's going to have them killed. And he says he's going to do it for evil and not for good. Just listen to the context that you'll understand why he does this. Although they hide themselves on top of Carmel, Yeah, that's like a mountain or something. He doesn't mean like a mountain, like Candy Mountain from Flapjack. Is that Candy Island? It is Candy Island. The side of the bottom of the sea, I will command the serpent, he shall bite them. And though they go into captivity before their enemies, thence will I command the sword, and it shall slay them. And I will set mine eyes upon them for evil and not for good. So he's saying, I'm going to do evil to them, not good to them.
Okay. So I would also look at a verse. People are like joking about context. Context is important, but also understanding translations. Because if you actually read the word that was written in Hebrew, like in the Blue Letter Bible, to cause evil, whatever the Hebrew word is, I can't remember specifically what it is, but I looked into this previously. It can mean to cause suffering, essentially, like to bring about a dark time or suffering to those people. It doesn't mean that it's
take a look at it.
Well, this is the thing that I want to say, is that it doesn't necessarily mean it's qualitatively evil, but it's subjectively a suffering that these people are experiencing. It's a translation. And other translations may translate it differently, but he can cause destruction. That might be a more apt description or translation. But I would say
captivity before there. And I'm opening it up here. Yeah.
Okay.
9:4. Into captivity they go with their enemies, then to command the sword. I'll set mine eyes on them for evil and not for good. Okay, so there's two things. There's evil and then not good.
Well, this is how I would see it. And we might disagree on this particular verse. There are like 2 or 3 verses like this in the Bible where it literally says like he causes evil. So it makes you like question and even make a Christian raise their eyebrow like, that goes against everything that I know or believe about God. But yeah, like Jazz said, calamity, destruction. I wouldn't say that this is qualitatively evil, but he's causing. Sure,
I mean, I'll just read. The word here is ra.
Okay.
And ra. And it says that what this means when you go down the Strongs here, ra, bad as a noun, evil, as in for natural or moral, adversity, affliction, bad, distress, evil. It seems like bad and evil are the right words.
Well, this is one thing that I would say. So our understanding of evil, the people who translated this at the time, King James.
Well, no, this is, I'm not, fuck King James. I don't care. Like they all say not good.
Okay. But
so
this
is God being quoted. So is this part just not true?
No, I would say it is true. But like I was mentioning, when you read the different translations of that word, some of them were affliction. And I would say, yeah, God can cause affliction. So we could use affliction. And I also believe that the original translators of the King James, when they use that word evil, words take on different connotations in different centuries. It's been
not good. It says it's not good.
So this is where
Tobe, good as an adjective in the widest sense. Used likewise as a noun, both in masculine and feminine, singular, plural. Good thing.
Well, this is my point right here, is that to understand this verse, it actually does take some more honest investigation, as we're doing right now, than just looking at it at the surface level and saying, boom, gotcha.
Well, have you read Anne Brockheimer's? She's I don't know, like if you dig deep into like scholarship or anything.
No, I haven't.
She was my kindergarten teacher. She taught me how to read. And when you read the words here, it says, God says he's going to do something for evil and not good. So if you want to change all that and try to like do the mental gymnastics that you need to do to like adjust the words to try to make it make sense. She's not a scholar. She's my kindergarten reading teacher. The words say it. If you need to change the words, that's fine. The Bible says not to, but go ahead. I think we should. I think we should change a lot more words in the Bible. I think we should get rid of all the slavery stuff. Say slavery is always bad. We should change the 10 Commandments. We should have Jesus say like, don't rape kids. Don't ever hook up with children.
Well, can I ask a question here on that, to that point? I think that it's a little bit, what you're saying is, if you can prove that word, what was it, ro or ra or whatever it is, evil, it can be translated as affliction, distress, calamity, the way that we can determine what would be the most accurate usage of that word, the translation, would be to say, how many times is this word used in the Bible? And what is the context of this word being used in the Bible? So
how
that's
many
one
times
way.
is it used?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up to
So it might be that he's bad.
Exact. But the other thing is,
It might be, Jacob. You have to say maybe Mezzo's
can I
right.
finish this one point?
No, because honestly, I don't care. Let's say you're totally right. You nailed it.
Okay.
It doesn't say that. Do you think God is all good?
Yes, I do believe that the Bible teaches that God is all good.
Do you think he's all good?
Yes, I do.
Do you think he can do everything?
Again,
You have to say no. Remember, say no.
But that's a loaded term that you're using.
Then say yes and make a contradiction. It's up to you.
But this is kind of a trick. This is like a logical
Sam,
trick
do you think God can do everything?
If I'm Jacob, that would be rough.
No, you can answer as Sam.
Oh, fuck no.
Oh, okay. So she just said no. B, do you think God can do everything? B's stuck on mute there. B's wasted, by the way. I don't know, Sam, if you know what's going on. I think.
I was actually going to ask why a Lego minifigure
no one
named
knows
as a consonant is here. But I thought maybe it was. I thought maybe it was a touchy subject, so I wanted to keep it on the hush hush.
B does see they're saying put me on. B, you're here. You just have to unmute and talk. Like they have no idea what's going on. It's hilarious. But
hey, beloved, you're present. I promise.
Maybe I'll do the thing where I invite to unmute. We'll see if B can.
He's not even muted from my POV. I don't even think.
Oh, I see the little
from my point of view.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm tripping, but
they also he could have just his
did
face.
Did he have
might
a
be
voice
in a toilet.
earlier?
Yeah, he talked and he was he's on something. It's hard to tell what.
Oh, it crossed. Do you think?
Like crossed in half? Like do you think he's folded in half from like?
Oh, see, I wasn't thinking that.
I don't think it sounds like
origami.
vodka.
Okay, all right, interesting. When I say
anyways,
cross,
Jacob,
never mind. You know what? You B, unfold yourself. Go on.
So, if he can do all things and he can't sin, that's a contradiction. If he can't do all things, then just say that. Then, right?
I would. This is what I would say. God can do everything that he does everything, and he can do everything that he says in his word that he will do. Now, if you define everything as like, can he make round squares and square circles, then
those aren't
think
things.
That's okay. Well, this is my point, is that I don't think that in making an argument for or against God, it's helpful to think about like logical tricks. Like, can he make round circles or round squares?
That's why I didn't say that, because those aren't things.
Or can he do sin? So I would say, I
can imagine a God that's not all good, right? And they can do everything. They can do good things and bad things, and they can jump over buildings, and they can like piss in the wind and taste it. All these other like really good things. They can like eat 1 million hot dogs, whatever, like sins like that. They can
Are
like
we gonna revisit
respect.
that?
Let's skip.
No?
Let's just
Okay.
skip. Just skip past.
Okay, right.
They can do everything because they're not limited by omnibenevolence, right? So that God can do all things. They can't do a square circle because it's not a thing.
Yeah. So I would.
Right?
I guess I would say, to answer your question, then, like, he is capable of doing incredible things, amazing things. He can create by his word. He can, multiply food if you.
Well, that's
even cause calamity. But can he do qualitatively evil things? I would say no. So to your question, can he do everything? By the way you define it, I would say no.
Do you think like if I put 2 quarters in my pocket, and there's no trick pocket or anything, just 2 quarters, could I pull 5 out? Like, could I make 2 equal 5, or is that illogical?
I don't think you could.
Why not?
That
2 doesn't equal 5.
I mean, yeah, I don't think you could unless you had some way to multiply that 2 into 5, divide it into 5. So maybe you could cut it into 5 in your pocket with some type of device. I don't know.
Not cut, but like there was 2 and then there are 5 coins.
No, I don't think that you could do that.
Why not though? Is it just because they don't have the power, or is it because 2 doesn't equal 5?
I think that in relation to like the story of Jesus multiplying the bread and fish, I think that you do not have creative ability.
So he can make 2 equal 5.
He can multiply. Yeah, he can create things out of then he can create stuff out of nothing. He can create ex nihilo.
Okay.
He doesn't even need the 2 at all. He can just speak and there could be 5 because he's the creator of the physical world, of the universe. So
I guess I don't know why he couldn't make a circle be square and circle at the same time then.
Well, maybe in some other like universe, in this universe that he's created, it seems that we have restrictions, but maybe in some other universe he can create square circles. But I think that when I read the Bible, God's concerned with certain things in this world, like right living, people doing the right thing, loving your neighbor, and living a purposeful life that serves others. So I think that that's what he's most concerned about. He's concerned about orphans. He's concerned about the widows. He's concerned about the poor and the oppressed. And that's what he wants people who follow him to dedicate their time doing. And so, you know, true Christians who actually follow Jesus, who believe in Jesus.
I don't have to play the preachy music, but just so we can like make sure I fully am like locked in on this, that like these things are impossible for me as a man, but with God, all things are possible.
To do good things in the world?
All things.
No, yeah, all things
or nothing will be impossible with God.
Well, I mean, in that specific verse that you're talking about I'm pretty sure it's in reference to certain types of things. It's not like talking about flying.
Right.
Mezzo, I'm going to explode organs onto the wall. Mezzo.
Well, no, that verse
Jacob, in order to keep
though,
Sam from exploding, I'm going to have to move on to another guest. But thanks for letting us know about the contradictions that you believe.
That wasn't even a good argument.
It says all things, Jacob. I don't believe the Bible either. I'm on your side here. I disagree with the Bible too. I think it's ridiculous.
That's dishonest.
I really don't think it is. You think I'm being dishonest for looking at the words?
You're taking 2 words out of that verse. It's a whole chapter, a whole book. That verse could be specifically talking about doing righteous things.
Yeah, I don't believe this verse is true. I agree with you. I don't believe this verse is true. I don't believe Luke's verse is true either, when he says, for nothing will be impossible with God.
Jacob, if you think that this is like this concept that God can do everything
can you tell me what verse that you're talking about, bro?
Hello?
I'm sorry, Sam. I just wanted to get the verse pulled up real quick. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Thank you. Anyway, if you think this is abiblical, then why don't you just say no? Like, you've been asked this question for like the last 10 minutes. If you think the answer is no, just say no.
Yeah, we also have 5 guest requests, so we can go on to someone a little more enlightening. I think would probably be good here.
Oh my!
Our next guest is B. Welcome. Oh fuck!
It's okay. It's okay.
That's the third time you got me.
I had some coffee.
What were you sipping on, though? Be honest.
Oh, some wine.
Jesus. Okay, a little Jesus blood.
Sipping on a little Jesus.
A little bit of GBs there. Okay, this person's been screaming in the chat. Let's bring up this other person. Doxa Toast, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear me.
All right. I am 22 and I'm Eastern Orthodox Christian.
Okay.
What does that mean?
B, shut up. Okay, so what do you think? Is the Christian God make-believe?
No, I believe him to be very true. And I think the biggest thing when I'm listening to you on live, I heard you a couple of times. And what I don't understand is I feel like your theological premise on Christianity is kind of mixed, because I think that you adhere to more Protestant foundation. For instance, you mentioned sola scriptura, which is scripture alone, because you keep going to scripture by itself being authoritative. And that's kind of where the early church fathers, the apostles of the apostles, and I believe the apostles were against. They believed that it wasn't just scripture alone, but what it meant through the lens of Christ. So I know you were mentioning a lot of things through the Old Testament, and you were saying things like God demands war, God demands
just
people
to
be killed.
clarify that I'm with you. I don't believe the Bible's true. I probably believe less of it than you, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at is the New Testament, right? As a Christian, I say Eastern Orthodox. I preface that because it's the closest to what I believe to be the closest to the true Christianity, the true church. And when you're looking into it, you start to see that, you're supposed to look at the Old Testament through the lens of Christ. So Christians adhere to Christ.
He's the one who did all that
main
stuff.
Interpretator of the Old Testament.
Yeah,
So when Christ
Jesus,
comes out,
Jesus is the guy who did all the bad stuff in the Old Testament.
I understand, but what I'm trying to no, that's not true. What I'm trying to get at is
Well, I mean that's what
Christ,
the Bible says.
the Bible. Okay, can I explain it or what's happening? Christ is known in the New Testament by early church fathers, by basically practically everyone that's part of the early church, as his essence is love. Okay, that's how you interpret Jesus. So when you look into the Old Testament, you're correct. You're actually adhering to what the Orthodox Church calls the logos spermatikos. They call that the seeds of Christ. That's within everyone. That's within you. That's within your two friends here. When you say, well, I'm understanding this and I'm feeling conviction and I'm feeling, that this might be wrong, this is deceitful, and it is. The Old Testament cannot be looked at through the lens of the Jews of that time because they were ignorant of the full revelation of Christ. So when the Jews understood God to say, go kill these people, it's incorrect. Why? Theologically, because Christ says that warfare, true warfare, is to kill the sin, abolish sin. Why does it mean not to kill the person? Well, I want to get to this real quick so you can kind of understand
That's fine.
the background.
Except you have to understand the Jews, which are from Judea. Israelites are a whole nother thing. Do you understand?
Sorry about B. Were you talking to B or to Sam? Who are you answering here?
I kind of want to just give a background of my theological premise so that you kind of understand where I'm coming from. But
how much longer is it?
Yeah, B attempted to say something. It wasn't very coherent. But then Docs was like, "Holds on, I got more to say." And then B was like, "Whatever words he just said," and now he's gone. I hope you sleep well, B. You need to know.
I just want how much more of your theological background before we ask you a question?
10 seconds. I was trying
okay, go ahead. Yeah, finish it up.
Yeah, so essentially you can't look at it through the lens of the Jews of that time because they were ignorant of the full revelation of God, which was Jesus, the Word of God in the flesh. This is what they believe. So, yeah, if you want to ask me any questions, I can go from there.
Yeah, why does God allow Harlequin babies to suffer and die?
So this is like a straw man argument. Everyone uses this, but what I would go to is Christ, because you're talking about God in his will.
The question is an argument?
No, it's a straw man argument. You're going at something. Yes, what I'm trying to say is Christ, his essence, God, his essence is love. So these things do not flow from God. We believe in uncreated energies that are part of God. So things that are good, in the Orthodox understanding, the things that are good.
Well, hold on a second. You didn't answer the question, though.
What's your question?
Why does God allow Harlequin babies to suffer and die?
Harlequin babies? I don't even know what that is.
You said everyone uses this argument. What do you mean? Everyone, you've addressed this so many times.
I'm assuming you're talking about a disease, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're speaking of?
Yeah, it's like a horrible disease where they suffer and then they die.
Yeah, so when it comes to something like that, I don't know how to speak on disease because there's many ways you can look at it theologically. It could be the sin of man. It could be many things. But I want to get to the main argument because so I'm coming to you and I'm speaking about theology, and then you're bringing up a very particular
do you want to
topic,
do? Are you trying to do my argument or your argument? Do you
want to hear your argument against that? Yep.
Okay, so do you want to talk about my thing? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I want to understand.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
What's the theology that you believe in as what pertains to
Sure. So in order to do that, I need to ask you a few questions about the God you believe in, since everything that you just said was like irrelevant to what we're talking about. So, do you think God is all good?
Do I think God is all good? Yes, his essence is love. So everything that flows that is good is from God and
just yes. Yeah, yes, it's fine. Okay. Okay. Do you think it would be good to cure someone who had a horrible disease that was suffering? If you could. Yeah,
I believe so. Yes.
Yes. Okay. It's probably kind of easier one. And then, do you think God could cure babies who have Harlequin's disease and are suffering?
I would
say no. Oh, you say yes. Okay. So it would be good to cure them. God can cure them, and he's all good, and yet they're uncured. So this is a bit of a dilemma for you. If God were real and every premise that you just said that you agreed with were true, then they would be cured. Yet they're not cured, therefore he's not real. That's the argument.
The thing is that, so that's why I want to bring it to theology, because a lot of people, they're hearing what you're saying, but their foundation is empty. They don't have a foundation. So the way that we understand it is sin itself is from self-destruction and from man's doing. We know this because in Genesis, it says that everything that God created...
I don't care about what started it. I never asked about what started it.
So let me ask you a question. What is your theological premise? Because you say the Christian God is false, yet your understanding of a universal moral code, because you have a certain amount of ethics.
Docs, you
say that, but that is good and that's authoritative. So where is that coming from? If we know that always the main reason for that...
This is an internal critique. Mezzo asked you a bunch of premises about your own personal beliefs. So this is a contradiction within your worldview, not ours.
Personally, I think it would be best to torture children with Harlequin's disease until rip their skin. Like that's just, I'm crazy. That's just
meat
me. But
grinder
you said,
type shit.
Yeah, you said it'd be good to cure them. So, just from your point of view, it would be good to cure them. God can cure them, and he doesn't. So I think that you're the one that has to deal with the problem. Also, I don't believe in God. That's the other reason why
Well, that's the thing, too. I wanted to talk about that. So you're saying that you're an atheist, right? So where are your moral ethics coming from?
Reason I'm an atheist is because people like you can't answer this one question.
Oh, okay, here we go. So you can't answer where your ethics are stemming from?
Is that how that goes?
You can't answer where your ethics come from?
I absolutely can, but
So
we're in the middle of a question for you right now. Do you want to skip? Do you want to say pass and not answer?
I want to pass that because I think there's more important things to talk about when it comes to the greater picture.
The one reason why I don't believe in God, you're going to pass that. Okay, sure, yeah. Everyone saw you be a coward and not be able to answer the question.
You're not even approaching. You never spoke about your ethics. See,
I'm about to. I'm wrapping. Docs, I'm trying to wrap up the last part. Since you're pivoting, we have to wrap up the last thing and move on to the next thing. Can I talk to the chat and like wrap up the thing that you didn't answer? Because they're all like, they're left on a cliffhanger. Like, what's his answer? They don't know what it's going to be. So just to the chat, he's pivoting away because he doesn't have an answer to the problem of suffering. There isn't one. He's right to pivot. I'd pivot too because I'd be scared to try to answer and look like a fool. It's better to just like stay quiet. I think that's why he's doing it, and try to pivot and like point fingers and stuff like that. So that's what we're going to do now.
I'm able to continue to learn theologically and answer that question later on. And if I do, I'll come back. But can we move on to the next question?
Yeah, sure.
Something that I'm not ignorant on.
So you want to know where without a God do I get morality?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean I get a lot of it from the Bible.
Okay, but why? Okay, but my brother, you're attacking the Bible. You're destroying it. You're blaspheming.
Yeah,
the Bible.
like it's like what not. It's what not to do.
Selective adherence.
Yeah, I look at it and I go, "Oh, that makes me sick." This guy said to do slavery.
What makes you sick?
I'm telling you right now. If you stop yelling, you'll hear me, dude. Chill out. Why are you yelling? Are you?
I'm asking you what makes
Are you
sick?
mad at me right now?
I'm not mad. I want.
Are we in a fight?
No, we're not in a fight, brother. I'm trying to hear your point. Get to your point.
Are you in a hurry?
I'm just asking you for your point.
Okay. While I'm doing the point, don't ask during the point. Okay?
Sounds good.
Okay. So when I read God says, here's how to get slaves, here's when's the right time to burn people alive,
Yeah, again.
here's
Yeah,
when's the
sorry.
shut the fuck up, dude. When I
Yeah,
hear
I
Christians
apologize.
interrupt me nonstop, I go, I want to get away from all of that. I don't like that. It makes me icked out. I don't think we should be against interracial marriages. The Bible says to be against interracial marriages. That makes me uncomfortable. So I look at that and I learn that's the standard of what not to do. My standard is fully assembled toddlers. And in the Bible, they chop them up into pieces, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. So that's where I get my morals from. Where do you get yours
Okay,
from?
so I was gonna from the Bible. Now I was gonna ask you, when you're talking about God commanding these things, what verses are you looking at that God commands those things?
Which one do you want to ask about?
Because I'm assuming you're again, what I prefaced in the beginning is you cannot look at the Old Testament without the lens of Christ, because then you're not a Christian. The whole
Sure.
point of
Let's start in Jude.
okay.
Jude is the second to last book of the New Testament. Do you agree?
Yes.
Jude has only one chapter in it. Do you agree?
Yes.
Jude 1:5 says, "Now I desire to remind you," and all he's going to do is tell you that Jesus is the God of the Old Testament. Do you need me to keep reading it? Sure, okay, fine. "I desire to remind you, though you are fully informed once and for all, that Jesus saved a people out of the land of Egypt and afterward destroyed those who did not believe." Now, when I see this and I see that Jesus destroyed people who didn't believe, I go, boo. I think you shouldn't destroy people for and I don't think like destroying people should be like a punishment for any crime, probably, especially believing something. So that's where I get my standard of destroyment of beliefs of people beliefs. And it also mentions that these people who do sexual immorality and pursed unnatural lust serve as an example by undergoing a punishment of eternal fire. I think that's nuts. Eternal fire as a punishment for just fucking around.
Yeah, and also just so you know, in the Orthodox theology, sorry for interrupting, but in the Orthodox theology, we don't believe in a burning fire, actual place, hell, this and then heaven. It's not the same.
I don't either. Yeah, we agree on that.
Yeah, it's actually more, we actually believe it to be a conscious state of mind. And we actually believe it to be the same.
What verse is that?
Physical. Say again?
What verse is that?
It's the interpretations of the early church fathers when it speaks of brimstone and all these different things through the Old Testament and through the New. They interpret it as symbolic, same way that they interpret warfare as symbolic, because we know that if God's will is to unite all of his creation, including all humans, he cannot command us to go kill. This is why Christ, he laid his life down to the enemy. So he's the perfect symbol of what us Christians are to do, which is to die for the truth and not kill each other.
Do you think he kills people?
The filth of Israel, and
I understand that, Doc. You talk for a really long time. Do you think that God kills people?
No.
What about when it says he does?
Again, that's why I tell you, what are you pointing at when you say that? Are you saying it from the Old Testament? Because you have to remember, again, when the Jews interpreted something...
If he says, no one's talking about the Old Testament, dude. Stop saying that.
Because most warfare, you do understand, is in the Old Testament.
I'm not talking about the Old Testament.
Okay.
I'm not going to talk about the Old Testament. I know you hate the Old Testament. I'm going to rip up the Old Testament. I'm going to throw it away. Yahweh isn't real. Yahweh was a jerk. I'm with you. I agree. I hate the Old Testament too.
It was ignorance of the Jews at the time.
I know. They were idiot. They wrote it down. They don't know anything. People who believe in the 2/3 of the Bible are nuts. I'm with you, man. That's psychotic. Now in the New Testament, or just in nowadays, if someone was like being worshipped as a god, if I was like, Sam, you are my goddess, and she was immediately struck down by an angel of the Lord, would you say that that was God doing it?
No, I would say it's self-destruction.
The angel of the Lord that killed her self-destructed her?
I believe that sin has consequences, yes.
Oh.
And you have to remember I have to say this,
God sends them.
Because I know when I say these big words, sin, you're connecting it with something that's not theologically what I'm trying to say.
Sin is a transgression of God's law. It's a going against. I know it's a separation of God. I know. Okay, so
when you're not partaking in God's energies, yes, there is evil that is done.
But
this
if the Bible said, Bible said, he sent an angel of the Lord down and killed him, then is that God doing it, or you disagree with that too?
Again, I mean, the Bible speaks, symbolically. It also speaks literally. When you talk about the angel striking down, I don't know if that could be an automatic.
Man, you're getting rid of the whole Bible. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Sam.
This is a reminder that I am a genderless nebulous blob.
So goddess wouldn't be.
No, goddess is fine. It's her.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I got stuck on the God part. I was like, but God.
You're
is...
like, fuck. Wait, well, but God's masculine. Wait a minute.
Yeah. Then I was wondering, like, there's not a gender neutral God word.
Right, but that's fine though. My second question. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Sorry about that, Sam.
I was just going to ask you, what's your stance? Because I know obviously you're your own person and you hold your own ideology. So I was going to ask you, what's your stance when it comes to God?
Before I answer that, I have to ask, am I going to like die now? Like, do I have to die?
No, I do.
Absolutely not. And also, I want to preface this too. The Orthodox Church.
Oh, no, actually, you're right. Because, sorry, they're right. You didn't say, I'm not God fast enough. So.
Another thing I wanted to preface was the Orthodox Church condemns me telling you, Sam, or you, Mezzo, that you're going to go to hell. That's not for me to say. That's for God's judgment to take place. Even though you may neglect God, you may believe
no one
what you
asked,
believe.
dude.
It's not to say that you will go to hell. It is not certain that you will go to hell, so I will not take that stance either. I'm not saying that you guys...
Do you believe in the thing where if we do a blasphemy... If we do a blasphemy, that we can't go to heaven?
If you do a blasphemy?
The one unforgivable sin,
Yeah, again, that's another thing too, is there's so many ways. I'm looking at it through the lens of Christ and through the early church fathers.
No, you're not. You're making up your own thing as you go.
I'm literally telling you the theology of the earliest church, and you're saying I'm making it up as I go.
Yeah.
It's because you believe that the Protestant church that believes in Scripture alone and faith alone only have to believe in God and only have to believe in Scripture, that is Christianity. That's not. It was never Christianity. Christianity was always what they call theosis, the conforming to God's energies, connecting with God, being in unison with God. That means faith with works, and it's not just saying God is, Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior, because even the demons in the Bible say that God is Lord and Savior.
What is the early church thoughts on the where is it here? Here we go. Okay, let me get the exact verse for you. King Herod, who was struck down by an angel of the Lord. What's their take on it? The death of Herod.
Oh, there's a person in the comments asking about if they can post a missing child poster. Person, you're not gonna like flash us your cock or anything, right? Like it's actually.
This isn't the right place for that.
Okay.
I appreciate that, and I understand that, and it seems like something that we would just want to platform, but like. That's just like not what this is. I mean, if you have it on your like page, everyone go click on their page and go do it. But like usually that turns into cocks and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Who's asking?
I don't know who they are.
Okay. Yeah, just say it's me. Look at my profile, and everyone can go look at the profile. But yeah, that's just like not what we're doing right now. I don't think so. There's a video on their page. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, if it's real, go do it for sure. Go there. But I don't know. I don't know who that person is, so I'm not totally sure.
Understood.
About it.
Docs, are you still with us?
So this is why I said that he was just making it up as he goes, because once I actually said, what is their opinion on this? He had to go look it up. He didn't know it. He was winging it. And then now he's going to actually look it up. Hold Hold.
We're holding. We're holding. Yeah.
Are we good?
Yeah.
Well, when you leave the app, we can't hear you. So, are you gonna like tell
Sorry,
us
no,
where
I
we
was
can
I
look
had
at
to text.
this?
I had to text my fiance. I apologize for that. So they what I understand. Remember, I'm fairly new, probably about a year worth of reading into the theology, understanding it. So bear with me. I don't know every in and out, and may the Lord continuously bless my heart to be able to understand it. But where I'm coming from is, I'm pretty sure they interpret it as a manifestation of self-destruction. That because of his sins, it essentially led to self-destruction.
So when it says an angel of the Lord struck him down, that part's not true.
That was the consequence of his self-destruction, yes.
Is that true that an angel of the Lord struck him down?
That, I'm going to be honest with you, but I don't know the difference between how much of it was symbolic and understood by the people who were closest to the ones that wrote it, and if how literal it was. But I know that his death was a manifestation of his self-destruction.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically that like this is figurative for some reason. If you were
Yep.
to read that line as poetry, what would you derive from that line? Because if I were to read it as poetry, it would be, sure, an angel did not literally descend from
Yep.
heaven and strike him down, but it would give the onus of his death upon God, symbolically speaking.
So
So from my
symbolically,
interpretation, regardless, God cooked him, like filleted, like charred, like
yeah.
450.
So again, I want to preface this in the theology that I'm speaking of, Orthodox. They constantly say that speak of the theme of sin, destruction, 99.9% being self-destruction. So when it talks about being destroyed, literally, symbolically, figuratively, whatever it may be, it is always self-destruction. Why? Because, like I was telling you, the Christians understand God to be the essence of love, and that his uncreated energies are loving, merciful. It's his actions. So if you're
He also
separate from that,
self-destructed.
no, but they say again.
He self-destructed too. He put himself on the cross too.
Yeah, but that's a whole nother theological discussion that if you want to get into that, we can get into that. But my point is,
No, I'm just saying it's exactly what we're talking about. Like he
Jesus
caused
revealed
his
himself
own,
in the flesh. Yes, he revealed himself in the flesh as the living word
which is a
to
sin.
grant us a
So
full understanding of. And it's listen, this isn't crazy. I mean, if you have you studied?
this
listen,
is crazy.
I'm not
This
even.
is crazy.
Have
This
you
is
studied
crazy.
different religions as well? I'm assuming you have, right? I'm not being a smartass. I generally haven't really listened to you,
Oh
but
yeah,
have you
I mean
studied other
like
religions?
Protestantism, baptism. Did I say Protestant?
Well, Baptists are Protestant, but I get what you're saying. But
Yeah, I know the rest of them.
but even not even in Christian sector. I'm talking about separate because, for instance, I'm half Venezuelan, so we're from the my lineage comes from South America, and in South America there's a lot of santeria, what they call, and this is also prevalent in Africa as well. Witchcraft, right? Brujeria, and this isn't crazy. I mean, I know people who have cut the heads of animals. You hear all these things and do blood sacrifices to their god. This is why in the
Why are
in the
you
Bible it
telling me
speaks of,
this?
well, because I'm telling you, symbolically, and when it comes to the spiritual realm, blood sacrifice is not something that's taboo. It's understood by everyone who's in the spiritual realm. So when it comes to Christ,
Why
hold
are
on,
you
let me get to my
telling
point,
me
because I'm
about
getting to
this?
my
Are you just
point,
saying it
because
out loud?
you just talked about Christ being self-destructive. So I'm trying to answer your question.
That wasn't a
When did-
question.
Okay, well, I want to answer that incorrect statement of being just being self-destructive. In the
Did
spiritual
Jesus
realm,
decide to go on the cross, or was he forced on the cross?
the triune God decided to embody Christ on earth to be able to be the ultimate sacrifice, like I was telling you, because blood sacrifices were always prevalent in the Old Testament, even now, to be the ultimate sacrifice that can overthrow any kind of other sacrifice to any other deity. So this is why we talk about the us being covered in the blood of Christ. This is a
Docs,
spiritual.
I want you to ask me any, like literally any question in the whole world, and I'm gonna like show you what it sounds like when you answer questions. Because I just want you to hear yourself. Because it's crazy.
Well, you could just go straight to it. I don't have to ask a question. You can kind of mimic me, and then tell me,
Mezzo, where does this water come from?
See, the thing about water is when you're hydrating, you have to have some of it. And so hydration with the blood cells, it affects the thing that water does. It gets in your stomach and it makes its way through your bloodstream. And that bloodstream has to, like, it helps your brain. And with the thinking, that's what you're doing
Right,
there.
no, real shit for sure. But like, where does it come from, though?
But Mezzo, my goal is for people to understand the foundation of what I'm talking about, not only the mere just the surface level.
Well,
Because when I
Docs,
say
what you should do then is run your own live where you can preach for 70 hours on end and
I'm not preaching, I'm
and share
answering your
that. No, I
questions.
think you should. You're not answering my questions. You're rambling on your own shit. And
How did I not answer your question? I've been answering your questions back to back.
remember, you had
Sam
to
asking
pivot. You had to
questions, I've been
pivot
answering
away
back.
from that one, and then this other one you said you don't know.
What one did I pivot away from?
The one about why he doesn't heal the Harlequin babies.
I told you that in that particular question, I'm ignorant. I haven't read enough to be able to interpret
and so,
that.
but you talked about it for 20 minutes, even though you didn't have an answer. And then we went to these other ones, and you're like, I don't know what the view is, but I think it's something about self-destruction. Anyways, I'm Venezuelan, and they do blood sacrifices here.
Oh
Like,
my gosh,
you're all
man.
over the place.
You're so deceitful, man. I connected all of that to what you said when you said Jesus
I
was
must have
just
missed it.
self-destruction. You
I must have
limited
missed
it
it,
to
yeah.
just self-destruction.
Yeah, I must have missed it.
Suggestion, please.
A different
Yes.
guy?
Oh, damn, my fault. Never mind.
No, it's okay.
Oh, okay. Well, even if you decide to exercise your abilities within the app, I'm gonna offer you a suggestion. Docs, as someone who wants to become an educator, something that I've learned from studying in university is when someone asks you a question, unless it's like very clear that they need extra context or they go out of their way to ask you for that context, if you just give it to them without them asking, they're going to leave more confused, which is what happened, by the way. Like,
Okay.
context is great. Context is very
Yeah,
important.
well, it's just, yeah, that's okay. It's just, again, when he prefaces sola scriptura, bringing up scripture alone, this is what the Bible says. You have to understand it theologically to say, well, it's not just the words on the Bible, but how you interpret it. And where are you interpreting it from? Is it something that came 1,500 years later after the early church fathers, or is it what they truly taught when they were bringing up, those verses and what it meant? But that's okay.
Yeah, no,
problem.
look, I'm all in favor of this. Like you said, the words in the Bible can't be trusted. We have to like have someone else explain to us what they actually mean. They get to make up whatever they want, I think. So I don't know why
You don't
we
think
just
I can take your
trust
words
them.
and mix them without what you meant to say? Without
Also, brujeria.
We can like trust the church fathers or not. I have no reason to. I have no reason to like trust the early church fathers. I think they're looking at it, making it up as they go along. I think that's a little bit of what people still do today. We have lots of evidence of people reading the words and then making up stuff to it that isn't true. I have every reason to believe that that's what they were doing too. So just because someone a long time ago said that the words mean something else doesn't mean they don't. I don't believe their interpretation. I don't believe the words in the book either. None of it's true. So it doesn't really like y'all can fight about that all you want. I don't care that much. Have fun, but do it from your own live next time. Okay, Darius, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Wow. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
Oh, cool, man. Can you see me?
Yep.
One moment. Hey, dude, what's up, man? My name is Darius. I currently am not in a religion, but I was raised Jehovah's Witness.
And your age?
34.
Okay, 3 + 4, 7. Okay, that's interesting.
Oh, dude, are you a numerologist?
Oh no, that's bullshit. Why are you?
Yeah, I've been studying it for about 15 years.
1 + 5 is so 6. 6, 7. Okay.
I've done a lot of lectures on, but that
Did you like that, Sam?
go in it. But if you have any questions,
Mezzo, I need you to give me one sentence for as to why I shouldn't block you on all platforms right now. Do it. Go ahead.
My kids taught me that.
That is not an excuse. Try again.
It's numerology.
It's painful is what it is.
I really don't know the whole thing. It's about someone who's like 6'7" tall.
I have eight brain cells that all move around in my head. You just
6, 7, 8.
sacrificed one of them.
Why not go 7, 8 to the next one? Anyways, Darius, we're talking to people who are like Christian, but thanks for coming up.
Oh my God.
My so all the kids in my kids' school say it nonstop. I don't know why, but their teacher like made it where like if you say it in class, you have to do a bunch of math problems about the number 6. Like you have to do multiplication tables around 6 and 7 and stuff. She's like sick of it. She's like, do math about it then. Fine, let's do numbers. Yeah, I don't know the whole thing. They just say it a bunch. And,
no, it's really dumb actually. Some little kid at a basketball game said it really enthusiastically, and also there's a really terrible rap song with like an affront to hip hop by this dude named Skrillex, and like
it's not like Skrillex.
No, Skrill X.
Oh, different than the like drop the bass guy.
Or like Krill with an X, and then there's like an S somewhere in there. Probably not Skrilla. Maybe it's Skip. No, right, for sure. It sounds kind of like that, the production. And then they're like, "Oh, Skrilla, thank you, Skrilla." And then like in the middle of the really horrible lyrics, he says like unironically, he's like, "Doot doot 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 doot, baby shark, doot 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 doot." And then like in the in the post chorus, he goes 6 7, and then that's the whole thing.
Yeah, it's just one of these songs where they like phoned it in and got rich off of it. Yeah.
Right.
Genius.
Right, exactly.
I worked too hard on my music career. That's why I didn't make it. Photon, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
What kind of music did you make?
A little something like it's the top of the hour. We got Photon in the hot seat. Sam is grooving down below. It's the top of the hour, 10:45 p.m. Pacific Coast time. If you don't know by now, you're about to find the fuck out. That's right, Photon. The Christian God is make-believe. What are your thoughts on that? Go.
So, make-believe as in like a figure of imagination that it doesn't exist separate from our own.
Yes.
Okay. How, like, in what world do our thoughts not influence our existence? Like our preconceived notions, how do they not influence how we act in the world?
Oh, I think the thought of God influences people, but not the reality of him.
Is it because he's not a material being that makes him non-existent? Like what in what way does he not exist?
In every way other than in people's imaginary minds. Imaginative minds.
If something acts,
so like Photon, do you know about like unicorns? Like magical unicorns? Do you know, those aren't real, right? But we can think about them.
I don't like the hesitation.
Right. Well,
I'm not talking about those really rare hornless unicorns you see sometimes walking around like by stables. I'm talking about like the magic ones with the unicorn, the horn, and then the rainbow stuff flies out of them as they fly around. Do you think do you think those are real or make believe?
They don't exist in this particular segment of the reality, right? I can attest that those
they exist outside of reality.
Do spirits exist?
So just, I really want to answer that. I totally want to answer, but I just want you to understand that's what I mean when I say God is make believe. He doesn't exist in reality. Okay. So, the actuality of him, the thought of him does, the thought of unicorn does, but a real unicorn in reality doesn't. Okay. Also, what does is spirits. Yeah, I don't think those exist, but I guess it depends on like what, I don't know what they are. What is it? What is a spirit?
Well, I guess the thing would be the demarcation between things existing and non-existing would be the demarcation between material and non-material aspects of being, right? Things can exist that we can't see, right? Like air, molecules.
Air's material, but like I do think like thoughts are immaterial and they exist. The thought of God exists. But I believe the thought of God exists. Sam, I don't know if you think the thought of God exists. I don't want to like put words in your mouth.
I think calling God a thought might be a little misogynistic, personally. Like, at that point, you might as well just call him like a full-on whore. Which, I mean, you're
Is
allowed
thought
to say
misogynistic? What that
I
hasn't
mean,
been like reclaimed by hoes on Instagram yet?
Well, personally, like, if I were to reclaim something, I would choose maybe like slut, you know?
I said slut
like,
earlier.
Oh, period. But like, I have yet to have one of my femme friends call themselves that hoe over there with endearment. You know what I mean?
What? I don't remember why I said slut. I think I was calling someone a slut dog or something like that.
That's hot. I'm glad. I wish I were there for it. I'm actually turned on right now.
I think that
but
one
anyway,
counts.
Okay, sure.
So
But
Photon,
well, let me ask this: what do you define God as? Because I guess that would be kind of like, you know, to define what God is would kind of set the stage for what.
yeah, so like he's like this being that created the universe with like his mind powers.
Okay, so what existed before the universe? Was the universe something that existed prior to the existence of the universe?
Yeah, just the universe did.
Before the universe created, the universe already existed.
Yeah. I don't think the universe was created.
How can the universe exist before it existed?
I don't think that the universe was created. Do you know that I'm an atheist? Was that not clear?
Well, I don't know exactly what your position is.
Oh yeah, I don't believe in God, so I don't think the universe was like created by a guy or anything.
No. I guess it's like, you know, I'm just talking about sort of the you know, the origin of the universe, right? And so it's like, because in modern parlance, it's basically.
Let me ask you, so I understand like how you kind of want it. It's like, how do you think the universe came to be?
Sure. So there was like prior to the existence of the universe. So the thing is that the universe exists in time and space. That this world that we are a part
time
of,
and space exist in the universe. Yeah, you just flip. Yeah, that backwards.
Well, the XY axis by which the universe exists is within time and space.
No,
so time on the one axis.
Time and space are features of the universe.
Right. Exactly. And so you know, but that is but those rules are established within the universe that we both exist in.
Yeah, like physics. They follow the rules of physics. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
And
So how did the universe come to be?
Right. And so the idea, and this is partially in lieu of Aristotelian philosophy, is that there was something that because basically between the existence of the beginning of the universe and everything after, there's been a cause and chain event surrounding the creation of the universe, molding into a multiplicity by which everything, one step after another, kind of created everything else and continues on in time between a beginning and presumably an end, right? And so the idea behind in this philosophical idea is that the existence of the universe prior to creation was something that was established by the unmoved mover. There was a singular point prior to the creation of the universe.
I don't believe that.
So do you think the universe created itself out of nothing?
No, I don't think it was created.
It created itself, or things wouldn't exist. Like what? And by
I disagree with that. Wait, do you think God?
Do we have anything?
Photon, do you think God created himself?
God existed prior to the universe existing.
Right. Do you think he created himself?
Creation implies like a materiality and within time and space.
I don't think the universe is creation. I think that's like begging.
The universe is creation. Well, the universe is
in your view, but not in
created.
my view, because you haven't said anything remotely convincing yet.
Sure.
You're just saying things. You're saying God made the universe. There's an unmoved mover. No, and I'm just saying no, there isn't. You have no evidence for that. You're saying it loud, but it's not true, right? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't believe this. These are just like claims that
You
you're
don't
kind
have
of.
to believe things for them to be real. That's something that we both agree on. You don't have to believe something for it to be true.
So do you want to just state your beliefs and then leave, or like what? Because like,
I want to have a
do you-
conversation.
Do you want to try to be convincing?
I'm curious because I
Here's the way I see it. Here's the way I see it.
Yeah.
You think that before the universe there was God, right?
Sure.
Okay. So the universe. Remember, we talked about time is inside of the universe.
Mhm.
It's a feature of the universe.
Yeah.
Which means you can't have time until you have the universe.
Sure.
And so you have something before time.
Yep.
And before is a time word.
Well, there's also eternity. It's not like
Eternity is a time word.
Time is linear, but eternity is sort of macro. It exists beyond. It's inclusive of and a
Do you think God exists within time or outside of time?
Before you answer that,
he's
Photon, wait, before
Sure.
you answer that, I have my ears hurt, and so
It's a little
the
loud.
more you increase
Oh,
decibels
sorry. Yeah,
in your
I'm
voice,
just. I don't get an
and I
opportunity
get
to.
no, you're passionate.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
If there is
Just
a
scoot
way
back a little bit.
to exactly, it hurts. Please,
Okay.
thank you.
I turned mine down. I have a volume. I can control my end over here, but I can't control it for everybody.
Sorry, everyone.
So you're racist.
Hold on. I'm going to turn up your volume. I have a button here that it only turns it up for black people. It's not me. It's the computer has that button.
Right.
They made it. I didn't make the computer.
Right.
I'm gonna turn that up. Okay, yell.
It's actually a really good
Photon.
allegory for racism.
Kind of
I didn't make it.
I
It's
didn't make
there.
the system. I just exist here in white America. It's not my fault. Okay, so Photon, you were saying you were going to convince me of this. Oh no, I'm convincing you now. Okay, so what we decide? Do you think God is inside of time or outside of time?
Well, what is known in Catholic theology is that God is omnipotent and omnipresent to everything within and outside of the universe.
Is he omnitemporal?
I'm not sure what that means.
Does he exist in all time?
He is present to all moments. Yes.
Okay, so he exists inside of time, and you think he created time. That doesn't make sense.
He was the lore, whether you believe it or not. You know, I don't know whether I can convince anyone of anything, but the lore is that by virtue of, because in Christian theology, God is love. That's sort of like an axiomatic idea, right?
What are you talking about? Why are you talking about love? Lore love.
So
why are you talking about love lore? What I'm saying is, if he exists inside of time, then he can't have created time because time would need to exist before him. We need to precede him if he
Yeah,
came
I mean,
within
that,
time.
like if you
If
created
he's
a, if
the
you created
opposite
this
of
globe,
omnitemporal, it would be like atemporal, like he is outside of time. He doesn't
sure,
exist
but
in
like
time.
that's like saying that like you can't make a globe and not touch the globe after it's made or something. Like you can be present
Can do
to
that.
time.
Yeah, I think. Wait.
That's perfect. That's
What was
perfectly
the paradox?
sensible.
I didn't even catch that. What was it?
So it's like
You can make a globe and not touch it afterward. Because you're done with it now. Afterward is a stipulation. If you just finish it and don't touch it again,
I'm
like
saying
that's
you
fine.
can touch the globe, as in God can come into time and create time. That's what I
Okay,
meant.
so but time would have to exist first. Is the problem?
Yeah, you need time for creation.
Yeah, but there was a period before the creation of the universe where there was no time. And
So
No, that's
before
literally
means
impossible.
time.
Right.
it's not like the universe is only time.
No, okay.
No.
In order for an event to occur, time must exist because there is a point where something isn't there and then a
Right.
point where something is there.
Sure.
The time part is the change. The fact that there is a change means that there has to be time.
Maybe I'll like draw this.
Sure, but that's like going. That's
Whiteboard.
It's a little too early maybe to have too much fun with this.
The
but
reason why the analogy
just-
is called the unmoved mover is because God creates the universe and creates time into existence.
Yeah, and the argument fails, and Aristotle would shit his pants if he saw this drawing I'm about to do. Oops, this thing fell. He probably wore a robe. He'd probably shit his robe.
It run right down his leg. Yeah.
Were they robe wearers? He's probably like a toga. This dude would shit his toga. Fuck, that's funny to say. Okay, so we have now, and then back in time we have we'll just put in the Jesus. The J would go this way, right? Let's do a J, just so we know it's like earlier, and then right here at some point we have like the universe, right? Gets created, right? This is like a timeline.
Yeah.
And it goes forever that way, and then here it's like this is where the timeline stops, right?
Okay.
This is like moment zero. And then what you're saying is there's a moment before this, right?
Okay, so to draw on that analogy, add a dot
just
at the end
photon.
of the arrow.
I'm doing something right now.
I'm also. Can I, also do something? Is it?
Yeah, but let me finish making my point, and then you.
Yeah,
do
of course.
yours.
Yeah, of
okay.
course.
So what I'm saying is, if you're saying God is over here, and before the universe was created was this God, then that means we have to move this to before, and that makes this 0. And did God exist for eternity before? Is he infinitely okay? So this actually
It's infinite regress. Yeah.
goes back that way, which is what I'm saying. Time is eternal. We're saying the same thing. You're just throwing God in here when I'm just saying the universe is eternal. Why do you need the God in here? What's God doing if the universe is already eternal? He's not making it. It exists eternally.
Then, right. So the issue at hand is that it presumes that the universe created itself out of nothing.
No.
So you know how God just like exists? Like he's just there. He's there. Like he didn't create himself. He couldn't have because he wasn't there already. So there was no point where God wasn't there. He was there the whole time. You think he's eternal, right?
Right.
So do you think
It's
God
that-
created himself out of nothing?
He existed prior to the creation of the universe.
Right, but
But
earlier
that's
when
also
Mezzo
I don't feel like
earlier
he's latching
no,
on.
you're not okay. God exists in eternity, which means he was never created because create implies that there was a time where something wasn't there and then there was. You think he was there the whole time. That's what we're saying about the universe. The universe wasn't created. There was no time where the universe wasn't there. The universe was there the entire time.
Mm-hmm. It didn't go from nothing to something. It was always something. There's no moment of creation. Anyways, something to think about.
Well, no, I mean, modern parlance presumes that there's a created universe through the Big Bang.
Sorry, who does? Modern pirates?
Like the modern scientific community.
They think that the Big Bang was created?
The Big Bang theory was what was
I love that show.
proved the existence of the universe.
We understand that the universe used to be smaller, but not that it didn't used to exist. That's not what the Big Bang's claim is. That the universe used to not exist. It just used to be more condensed, and then maybe before that it was big again, and then kind of smaller, and then bigger, and then small. It's breathing, right?
Yeah, actually, the theme song to the what's it called? The show that I actually explains it kind of okay, actually. If you don't know what I'm referring to, it's our whole universe was in a hot, dense state in nearly 14 billion, I think.
Did you say in a hot dog state?
No, it's not. Well, no, a hot dog state would be New York.
Why is New York the hot? We have Dodger dogs.
There are dogs there, and you eat them.
Chicago dogs?
Oh,
okay. Hold on. What state?
They're subpar. I'm sorry. New York is the hot dog state.
Poland?
Poland's not is Poland.
It says here, while several states have a strong hot dog culture.
All right, you guys seem fun. Hope you guys have a good night.
Okay, good night, Photon. While several states have a strong hot dog culture.
I'm sorry.
I can't say that whole sentence. That's fucking amazing. West Virginia is known for the most hot dogs per capita.
No.
God, that must be where our fucking Discord lives. You know that our Discord is full of hot dogs. While New Jersey is often cited as the hot dog capital of the world due to its many regional styles and hot dog stands.
No fucking way.
Illinois is also famous for its iconic Chicago style dog. Now, what is the Chicago dog? I don't know off the top of my head.
I don't know either. But apparently I've been living in the hot dog capital and I didn't even know. I was giving New York all the
You're
credit.
in frickin' Dogtown. Chicago dog is an all-beef hot dog on a poppy seed bun dragged through the garden.
Huh?
I mean, I think they just put a bunch of veggies on it.
Oh.
Mustard, bright green, sweet pickle relish, chopped white onions. It's just all the toppings. All the normal toppings.
So it's okay.
I hate it when people boil hot dogs. Get a job. It's fucking nuts.
The problem with boiling hot dogs is a lack of employment.
Yeah. You have too much time if you're boiling. And this leftover hot dog water is
Oh, that's a good. Have you ever seen people make? Have you ever seen people pour the hot dog water into an ice tray? No, please.
It's the top of the hour. crazy little beat. Crazy little beat. Call that song Hot Dog Soup. Hot Dogsicles.
Crazy little beat is how my peers would describe what their parents did to them if they didn't get an A on an assignment.
Do I need to file a report?
Not one, silly. Multiple. You passed school, didn't you?
Barely.
Damn.
Yeah, I was not a good student, but I bet our next guest was IV number 4. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I'm 18 now. I'm Christian.
And are you Roman numerals or are you on drip line?
I'm IV.
Okay. Have you been here before?
Yeah, I have.
I think I remember you from here, but I'm not totally sure. Okay, so did you know that your God is make-believe?
Well, I don't believe in make-believe, but like, I was just wondering if you believe in a God, or is it just like the Christian God you don't believe in? Like,
I don't believe in any of them. No, I think they're all make-em-ups.
Okay. And like, how would you come to that like conclusion?
Sure. Yeah. Just because a bunch of them are like obvious mythology, you know, like when they write about Zeus and shit like that. It's like that. They seems like they made that up, and then I just do that with all of them.
Well, yeah, the obvious mythology is like, you know, that's written as myth, but I'm talking about even the stuff with like that's written as like, you know, historical documents from different people. Like,
if you keep eating your hot dog, I'm gonna have to drop you. I've gotten in trouble from my just like don't eat right now. If you need to, like you can like blend. You just you do a blender with your food real quick, and then you can drink it. I think you guys are fine with drinking, right?
Wait, no, just drink the water that you boiled the hot dog in.
I got you. I'll drink the hot dog.
The nutrients. The nutrients are good.
It'll seep into the water.
Oh my god!
But no, like,
yeah. So look, like the Bible, for example, right? It has all these like all these parts in it that seem like fantastical mythology to me. That's why we have this like this dragon background. You know what I'm talking about?
You're talking about like miracles and things of that nature.
I mean, some of it I can show you. Let me real quick here get the oops. Sometimes I bring this thing up and it helps me just like find stuff in here. It's called a website. So have you heard this? There's this thing about talking snakes. Do you know about that?
Yeah.
From Harry Potter. He uses this language called parcel tongue. You know that? Have you heard about parcel tongue?
No, I haven't heard about it.
It's like what he uses to talk to snakes, and the snakes can talk back to him. So that seems like fantasy to me. And then they do it again in the Bible, right? But you know, do you know about the talking donkey though?
Yeah.
From Shrek?
Yeah, from Shrek. It's I don't know this guy Edward Murphy. I think does the voice. I don't know, but yeah, he's arguing with Shrek.
Government. And
then in the Bible, there's a donkey arguing with Balaam, voiced by Ed Murphy as well. And then there's like you know about giants.
Yeah.
My cock.
Like beanstalk, kind of cock-like.
Bars.
There's this thing where like there's Jack and the beanstalk, and then this hen lays golden eggs. That seems like a fantasy story to me. But then they also have giants in the Bible, and these are things that I don't think are real or true because of this the like it's all magical stuff, you know.
Okay. So, and just getting off topic, I'm not gonna lie, I may go too deep into that, but no, I'm just bouncing around.
I have 17 more. If you want to keep, you just let me know. Okay.
I'm sorry, but yeah, like
I'll just do one more. You know that part where these sticks come to life with sorcery?
No.
Really? No. Mickey Mouse, the broomsticks in Fantasia?
Oh. Yeah.
They're dancing around. Yeah, they do that too. Moses and these Egyptian sorcerers throw these sticks on the ground and they come to life. It's crazy. Time travel, griffins, flying transportation, magic clothes. It's pretty cool. Resurrection magic, of course, you know. Okay, yeah, so that's pretty good. That's why I think it's mythology because it's all written like a fantasy mythology thing.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, some of that does sound kind of crazy, you know. But what I want, what I wanted to get, not with that, but I was just wondering, if I just have a hard time wrapping my mind around if there's no God, then like, what makes our life valuable, you know?
Oh, it'd just be us. Yeah. Just like we would anyways. Like, even if there was a God that like valued my mom, I would also value my mom.
Yeah, but because I feel like if there's no God that values your mom, you valuing your mom would mean less, because if somebody else
yeah, it's for sure less. Yeah, like the universe doesn't give a fuck about us. Like, that's true.
Exactly. Like, someone else not valuing your mom would be just as valid.
You know what though was kind of interesting is that since the entire universe isn't awake and conscious, in my view, like it is in your view, this is really rare. This mindful ability to value, it's rarer than diamonds now, in my worldview. So when I'm able to like assign value to my mom, and I do, my mom's great. It's actually like a lot more powerful, because it's like the God was doing it before, and I was doing like I'm helping add value, and I wasn't really doing anything. But now it's just me. I'm the only. I mean, in like, you know, her friends and stuff too. But like, it's like just humans doing it to each other. It's like maybe even better.
Interesting. So like,
a lot of people are saying they're into my mom. Like, you haven't met her, but like you'd all really like her. She's charming. She's very nice. She would never come on this live. She would hate every single second of this live. But she's a nice person.
Oh.
Okay, well, like,
my dad's a dick, and he stopped by earlier. I saw him just for a second.
Ew.
I saw he was in here, and I don't know, maybe he's still here, maybe left, but he doesn't talk to me anymore. So.
Ew.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
No, he sucks. I don't want him to talk. So it's fine.
Yeah,
but it's still every relationship that rips apart hurts, because we value these relationships. So whether God's doing it or not, our value's still happening here.
Yeah, so what you're saying is like value is given by human, so therefore it's like relative, you know?
I mean, it's assigned. We assign value. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like you don't live that way, you know? Like, I just feel like it's not consistent with the way you live. Like, if humans assign value and there's no higher power that gives that value, it will mean it's relative, meaning that, let's go back into history, like slave times. A lot of the Europeans didn't assign value to the Africans, right? That's why colonize them, we're into slavery, you know? And I feel like if you were back then in that time with the same mindset you have now, just because everybody else doesn't value those people, it doesn't mean you wouldn't value them also. You understand what I'm saying?
No, they valued each other though, right?
What do you mean? The Europeans or the slaves?
The slaves. The enslaved people. Let's not make their entire identity their name.
Yeah, and I feel like just because the Europeans...
so they're still valued. Like, and by the way, great fucking point. If God valued them so much, why didn't he fucking save them? Like, awesome point, dude. Infinite value, infinite love, infinite abilities to stop those boats.
Yeah.
What's he doing? Like, nothing. Like that doesn't make any sense. It seems like we're alone, and the value is our own.
that's when we're picking truths, like when it comes to free will, like
should have
in
rhymed
certain
with own.
situations. Yeah, in certain
Had a good thing
situations.
going.
What do you mean?
I just said a cool rhyme. It would have been sick if you had like added on to it, you know.
Oh, okay. But like, yeah, like, of course, it would have been amazing if God stopped the Europeans from coming to Africa, enslaving. You know what I'm saying? Like,
or make them come and be like, "Hey, you guys seem really nice," and just be friends, and then go, "Okay, we're on our way." Like,
yeah,
I think it's cool that like the Europeans met the indigenous people in America. It's just like the stuff after that was bad. It would have been cool if they were like, "Wow, you're over here? We didn't know there were people over here. Well, enjoy that. We're gonna go back to over here, and there's not kings because there's God." Like it could have been a lot better, but God is like watching it all happen.
I feel like blaming God for their decisions is just intellectually dishonest. Like,
Well, God's all powerful, so like if he didn't fuck with slavery, he could have just like stopped it.
yeah, and God's all powerful, and if he did in the Bible, he doesn't, you know what I'm saying, mess with slavery. I know what you're getting.
Oh no,
Yeah,
actually,
he does.
he loves it a lot. Actually,
There it is. Yeah.
he fucks with it real heavy. Actually,
He tells people to go take over a city and either kill them or take them as slaves. Let them choose to either die or become slaves. It's like the exact scene that Killmonger talks about.
And Black Panther.
You know, it's like like looking back, I wish I'd like jumped off the boat like my ancestor did, or something along those lines. Fuck, man, that line. I'm as white as it gets, but I get fucking chills when I think about that line. It really hurts, and I'm like genuinely choked up from it. Sorry, but like God could have made neither of that.
What do you mean? Like you're saying he could have?
You're saying he's like saving the free will of the Europeans, but he's not. He's just abandoning the will of the people who want to live free in Africa without being slaves.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's not honest to pin that on God. If we're like, imagine if we didn't have free will, period, we would just be robots and there'd be no point in our souls. You
I
know,
have a question
we
for
have
you,
to
Ivy.
believe in God.
If you're walking down an alley, and you see someone who is about to be assaulted, whether that be sexually, physically, usually both, is how
Yes,
it
I would
goes.
do something. I know how.
Right. Okay. Lovely. I'm so glad that you said
You
that.
take their free will?
No, that's not taking their free will.
Wow.
Oh, wait. So then,
I don't have the ability. What do you mean?
wait. But if that's not infringing upon their free will, then why is it infringing upon their free will if God does it?
If God saves them, that's not infringing upon their free will.
Okay, and I'm so glad you said that too, because if that's the case, then why would it have been infringing upon people's free will to prevent slavery?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Maybe not infringing on people's free will, but there's situations, as we could see in the Bible, where God decides to step in and where God doesn't. You know, and I would see, and it doesn't explicitly say why, and I don't fully understand why, because I don't understand God's motives, but I would assume, like throughout the Bible, we know.
Sorry, if you don't understand his motives, then you have to be willing to say that maybe he wanted the slavery to happen.
I feel like if we're looking at the Bible as a whole and we're looking at God's character throughout the Bible, I feel like it's just not coherent with that, you know?
Yeah, so when he commands slavery, that doesn't connect to him liking slavery. There's a thing I've been wanting to, maybe I've talked about this already, but this idea where it's like we can't blame God for what people choose to do. And sometimes I've heard it like this, where someone will say like, if somebody, goes out drinking and driving and they crash into a tree, we don't blame the car maker, right?
Yeah.
Someone's like, oh, I'm going to choose to drink a bunch of brandy. and or whatever B was drinking. Hope he's okay. Choose and then like get in my freaking Tesla and crash into a tree. We don't go, hey Elon Musk, you're responsible for this, guys. Like that doesn't make sense. But then if like years later you were looking through microfilm and you saw this like newspaper article from 1996 where Elon Musk planted that tree there, you'd be like, what the fuck? Did Elon Musk put this tree right, just like happened to put, that's probably a coincidence. You'd probably think that was a coincidence, but then you read a little more and it's like Elon Musk was doing this like experimental project called Future Light, where like Project Future Light, they could see the future on these little like 720p monitor screens that they had back then in the 90s, and that they somehow saw that exact spot in the year 2025 where the guy drove through and just like drove off the road. And then like the next day, Elon Musk went and planted like he could have planted like a soft shrubbery there, but he planted a hard tree like right there, and he knew that the guy was going to crash right there. Like, what the fuck? Like this, I think Elon Musk killed this guy. I feel like maybe Elon Musk is responsible for this guy's death now because he's like involved in the future and he knew where to put like the tree. But also like, I mean, you couldn't like, Elon wouldn't like make him like, make brandy addictive and tasty and alcoholic and stuff. But then you see this like painting from the 1300s when they invented brandy and made it delicious, and you realize in the painting the guy looks like Elon fucking Musk, and you realize that he's been alive forever controlling everything and that he is responsible for everything and he fucking killed this guy. Then I think like at some point you'd have to say he's at least involved in the death.
So you're saying that because God sees all things, meaning he sees past time, he is liable for everybody that dies because he has the ability to prevent it.
He's the orchestrator. He set all this shit in motion. He knew what was going to happen and he set it in motion. And yes, every single time someone is about to not just die, but like get maimed, fall off of like an accident's going to happen. And he could prevent it. This isn't like a free will choice. Like you have, there are times where someone is driving and they have a seizure against their will and they crash into a family that dies. Nobody's will would have been intervened on if he had like made the car go the other way. No one would have even knowed.
I mean, like
Words are whatever you want them to be, my love. It's okay.
I want them to be knowed.
Period. They're being knowed right. They're being knowed as fuck right now. They're being fucking knowed.
So he could just make it unknowed to everyone and save the day. But yet here we are in this reality where people do have seizures and crash into people and people die against their will. God could have helped them, but doesn't.
Well, I think you're losing sight of Christianity as a whole. Like,
I'm trying to that's the whole point.
Like,
get rid of this shit.
Like, at least in my belief, dying isn't like the end all be all, like we're looking for eternity within Christ. So if a seizure happening and, crash, that's maybe it was that person's time to go, like people die. That's okay. That's not a bad thing. It's not a good thing. Well, of course, like murder, horrible.
So it is actually like if like he hits the car and like the 6-year-old in the back dies, but the parents are alive, that is actually a bad thing.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, yeah, but
that's happened.
Yeah, I know, but that's like there's past in my belief. Like the whole goal is to have eternity with Christ.
Wait, you just like basically conceded to the fact that like all of this is God's fault, right? You just conceded to that
by saying
maybe it was his time to go implies that okay, the reason why he died is because there's a specific time for us to go. But who would be setting that? It would be God. So you can't just apply that to these people who died in this car crash. You would be applying it to every death that occurs, which means you also
every
subconscious
act.
And every single act.
Maybe it was just this kid's time to get raped by Jared from Subway.
No, literally that. So then
maybe
you
it was
would have
just
to
their
accept
time.
that now.
Yeah, no, that's not what I was saying. I was saying in that situation because that doesn't sound like it was caused by a certain person, like a seizure. That's what I was saying.
So God does all the accidental deaths.
No, that's not what I'm saying either. I'm saying
So then when you say it was his time to go, what do you mean by that?
I just meant like there's gonna be a point where everybody dies. And
who sets that time?
I don't know. I don't because I know that I know that there's times where people say it's God's plan, you know. But then again, I don't think it was God's plan for that person.
Can't be. Can't be. He's all good or inexistent. Yeah, it can't.
And I believe that God does have a plan for people, but when people mess up that plan, like you never know. Like you know what I'm saying. So I can never put a thumbnail or a staple into what God's plan is, or if he, you know, like it's. So I can't really answer that. I don't know.
All right. Well, thanks, Ivy. Did you have anything else you want to say, or should we move on?
No, that's all.
Okay. Yeah, walk out of the religion, man. It's just scrambling your brain up, and it's also making you eat loud.
What if he drops the religion and then he still sounds like that?
It's never happened. Every time they drop the religion, clear as day. Listen to this. I'm chewing like bubble gum, like bubble yum right now.
Wow. It's actually like it's even invisible. It's really cool, actually.
Big old bubble.
Oh.
What do you think about that car maker thing? That's pretty fun, right?
The car maker
with Elon Musk.
I think thinking about Elon Musk, like the fact that you made it so that I had to pontificate over Elon Musk.
I could make
it
Ford.
Really offensive, actually.
I could make it Ford, but the thing of like Elon Musk working on Project Future Light sounds like something he would try to do.
That does sound like something that he would do. And for a split second there, I was like, should I Google that?
But he'd call it like X Light or something. There'd be an X in it.
He would.
Fuchex.
XLITE, yes.
I hate him. Always honest. Welcome in. What's your age and what is your religion?
34 and Christian, born and raised. However, I can't say I'm the best Christian at all. You know, I don't want to take away from the show. So I just had a question for you more than anything.
Yeah.
Because I guess you in the background it says the Christian God, and so are you? Is the show based in Christianity, or is just this God in general not a belief of yours?
Yeah, I mean, I can do whatever. Do you want to talk about a different one or something?
Well, I mean, essentially, what I'm getting down to is whether or not you believe that something created as a creator, essentially.
No.
So it could be the Christian way or
I don't believe in any
non-Christian
god. I don't believe in any gods, but like, I was raised Christian, so I'm talking about that one mostly.
Awesome. I'm the same way. But this is kind of what I've deduced or gotten down to, in the deep trenches of my thoughts.
Sounds scary.
Well, it's not. But as far as we can think back, and eventually we get to a certain point to where our brains start to scramble and both sides of the fence ask the same question, right? Who created God? Where we can't find the answer. And at every stage of life, us even talking right now, we all have something or, parents that brought us in, or maybe they were good, maybe they were bad, but there's signs of creation, for everything that exists here, for our phones, for our computers, for our cars, for the Wi-Fi. Somebody had to make and develop that.
Yeah.
And sometimes it happens naturally in nature, and sometimes it's man-made technology, whatever it might be. But what created God? Well, I think that very question essentially is what makes whatever that creator is. I'm not calling it God. It might be Satan. Whatever it is, I don't know who has the ancient realm of knowledge. I don't have it, but I think I feel like in my core at the end of the day that something made this. And I don't know what that is, but whatever it is so wicked to be able to conceptualize outside of the concept of time, develop a layer of organisms and organic matter that could create a universe that's expanding into the into the measures of the cosmic nowheres at a rate of time and speed that we can't even calculate or fathom. Whatever started the elements or however they got here, again, everything, I'm just looking at it from a common sense perspective. Everything we have was created. You know what I mean? And so I like the classes. And so at the end of the day, it leads me to one commonsensical answer. We had to be created as well. There's nothing that we can see in our lives that just pops up randomly, and we're like, wow, we don't know where it came from. We study animals, we study organ. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's just that was a lot of stuff, and I would want. I think about this because sometimes, like, you look at a painting, right?
Yeah.
And you assume, like, if you see a painting, there's got to be a painter, and I agree with that. I just don't think that, like, whatever, like, made the painting, if it's like a painter, or like sometimes it's an elephant, like, you know, in Thailand they like force these elephants to paint. It's kind of creepy, but like interesting still. But like whatever it is, it's like whatever the painter was like this naturally occurring being, not some, like no one like sees a painting and goes, oh, I bet a painter like brain zapped that onto a canvas, like, you know, like they think they did it naturally with just like a paintbrush and stuff. So I think that like whatever has the universe going is just like natural and not like mind powers.
I respect that. Yeah. I kind of, I'm researching definitely into that area. I mean, as much as I can. By researching, I mean just Googling and looking at the words that other people have thought of or found for themselves. But, you know, just trying to see exactly what, you know, what the truth is really, you know. So, I mean, I keep my mind and my head open, and I like,
yeah, it's atheism,
watching
for sure. It's like for sure atheism. All the other stuff is made up. You can tell by my painting example. I think that was pretty, like, kind of knocked it out of the park here. And then all the other like problems and of you know, omni God not being able to exist because they're contradictory. The problem of suffering, evil, things like that.
Well, again, though, that's why I wanted to propose the argument, and whether you would be inside the Christian vein or whether you're inside of just a creator vein in general. Because I mean, if we're
they're all made up. Yeah, for sure. It's the idea of God creating universe came from ancient people. They made that up because they didn't know what universe is. They didn't know like that there was stuff outside of Earth even. Like they're just guessing because they like are like, I don't know how far up it goes. At some point there must be some other guy, right? Like they're inventing this. And so now that we've disproved them, we don't have to keep believing in their invention. They were wrong about a lot of stuff. They got the like the way the Earth was formed wrong in the book. They got like the biology of things wrong in the book. They got history wrong. We don't have to believe the book anymore. If the book says something right, it's fine. They got something right. But the stuff that they're guessing on, toss it out. Just like be an atheist and like look into this in like from a skeptical, you know, null starting point. You know, rather than believing these ancient people must have been right. First of all, let's trust the ancient people, and then we'll go from there. No, fuck that. Get rid of that shit. The farther back in time we go, the less we were correct about things. We become more and more smarter, and we have more things that we have knowed. Like the further we go. Sam, am I wrong, Sam?
No. I think that was incredibly grammatically and syntactically sound, if that's what you were asking. Oh,
that's a crazy word. I'm not gonna lie.
I know it.
What's that typing noise?
It's like oh, Chicago hot dogs.
Just researching.
Interesting. Yeah.
Right.
Lettuce, tomato,
hot dog, water.
Yeah.
Right.
Somebody said what I said in the chat was silly, and I just wanted to address 2 or 3 chats I saw.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
She was just talking about the arrangement of the words and phrases that I was using to create these well-formed sentences.
That was a little bit of a delayed response, beloved. Are you okay? Should we
were just
worry
talking about
you?
Chicago
right.
dogs?
Oh, delicious. Anyway, I'm hungry as fuck right now. My friend Fuck is also very hungry, which is where the comparison came from. I also have to do work, and this is not that. But thank you for having me. I had a at a great time. I am lacking in brain cells more so than
Do
I
you
did when
name
I
all your
arrived.
friends based off of what you do to them?
Well, that would mean that I have a lot of friends with the same name, and that'd get really
Right.
confusing, right? So, I mean, I guess I could get more like specific
Yeah,
because we
fuck,
could have
suck,
like
slurp,
fuck,
tickle,
peg,
innie, outie. Yeah, there's a whole lot of options.
edge,
Yeah.
sound. You know what I mean? I do have a
And
lot of
debate.
friends, and
We
also
debate.
debate.
Yeah.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, Sam, thank you so much for being here. It's always a delight seeing your sparkling face and hearing your genuine wisdom. It's a delight because at a youthful age, most of you guys are dumb fucks.
Oh no, we're so stupid.
But you know what's weird is you get older, still dumb fucks. Everyone's dumb.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can't wait to get older and still be dumb. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for that.
Yep.
Thank you.
But we're smarter than the ancients. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate
The
you.
bar is in hell. Bye.
So anyways, I think Sam made a really good point. I am a little hungry also, but more so like this God can't exist because it just came from these ancient people who made it up,
Again, and to one of the points that you made earlier about the 10 Commandments being something good out of the text and things of that nature, I think that it can be used, and obviously for a good side of things.
I was just kidding. Most of the 10 Commandments kind of are like are pointless. Like don't steal is pretty good, but it's dumb the way they did it though, right? Like now we can go. The reason not to steal is for all these reasons. We can list out like data of other times people have stolen, and we can all give our reasons. We can vote. We can like get in on this decision to make no stealing a law. But back then, it's just God doesn't want us to steal. Why not? He doesn't tell us why. We don't get a why. There's no justification to the claim of stealing is bad. It's just we have to blindly follow this lunatic who says slavery's okay. What are we doing?
Well, I would definitely, be hard pressed to find a solid, valid argument, especially being the complexion of skin that I currently am. I said currently. I don't know why I said currently, but I don't
give it time. I know you're trying. Yeah, no, it's a rough verse for people of all races. It is not a good verse for sure.
I think that still at the end of the day, once again and again. I can't use biblical text and things of that nature to try and prove that point. I'd get destroyed, especially against somebody like you. But I feel that, and I just want to address something that somebody said in the chat for a second, and then I'll let you, and I'll hop down. I appreciate your time so much. Somebody was like, "Well, what about evolution?" And well, evolution still has to have a base. It has to have something to evolve from,
chemistry.
Pikachu had to evolve into Raichu. I mean, that's the simplest way I can put it. You know what I'm saying? So you still have to have something. Nothing can't come from.
Yeah, it didn't I don't think life just sparked out of nothingness. I think that'd be insane to believe. That's the Christian viewpoint. Yeah. But two things real quick. So the reason that you would lose the God condones slavery debate isn't because I'm smart and you're not well versed. That's not why. It's because it's a losing battle. That it literally says, here's how to go get slaves. Here's the people you can have as slaves. Here's the people you can kill. Here's the infants you can kill. Here's how you can pass child slaves down to your children as inherited property. It's bad. It's not like your fault. It's not because I'm smart at all. It's a losing battle. It's just God being terrible. Because humans back then were terrible and they wrote that. Right? That's all that's happening. As far as life coming from nothing, yeah, that's like the Christian view. I think that's insane too. I think like chemistry got more complex, and as different elements like landed on this planet or nearby planets, were brought in by asteroids and were stirred together by the heat and the waters, that complex chemistry got more complex, and that eventually chemistry turns into biology. Biology is just complex chemistry. It's a specific type of chemistry.
Well,
that's all it is.
I want to just put this last piece out. I was playing Fallout 4 like when I was in college on Xbox 360, and there was a part in Fallout 4 where you walked into this space museum type of deal, and you could click on the pictures on the wall and look up these facts about space. And you know, being the nerd that I am, I went to like every single picture on the wall, and one of the pictures was explaining how many galaxies and universes there are, and the number was just incredible. It described how many there were. And I remember thinking, well, obviously, you know, we're probably not the only life forms out there and things of that nature. But I mean, it's hundreds of billions and trillions of planets, quintillions of planets that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just massive. And so I remember reading that and thinking, well, you know what, this is so big that, you know, again, the numbers and the realities for us to even be breathing right now, like the numbers that it took for the Earth to exist, the equations, the like if certain elements weren't spinning at a certain rate for a certain amount of time, or if it was 1 degree to the left or 1 micro degree to the right, you know, the Earth life wouldn't exist. It's so miraculous that we're breathing.
No, that's not true. We call it.
It is true. That's why we can't find life.
Oh,
it's so hard to find
no,
life.
that's not why. That's not why. We've confirmed, first of all, about like it's less than 10,000 exoplanets. Okay, less than 10,000 out of the quintillion. The percentage of planets that we found is low. In our universe, it's about a 1-to-8 ratio of planets to planets that have life. Okay, so until we've gotten like an eighth of a quintillion found, we don't have shit to say. So we've barely started looking. And by the way, of those exoplanets that we found, we haven't searched them for life. We've searched
Agreed.
a few, and we have found hints of things that might be life. Really, we have. Like, we haven't confirmed life somewhere, but we've confirmed like gases that on Earth we only know of that are produced by life. We don't see them like just like really very often occurring just naturally without life. Like it's like a biosignature, right? Like we've seen some of that kind of stuff, and we're it's, you know, light years away, so we're still detecting it. We're confirming it. Like this isn't something where you want to just jump the gun and be like, we did it, we found it, and everyone freaks out. Science is going to take a long time. In the movies, it's always like we found life, and it's this moment of discovery. Unfortunately, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be this slow, like we think we found something, and then there's like 50 years go by as they like analyze the data and try to get the stuff. So like it's not as exciting as the movies, but it is happening. It's happening right now. On Mars they found stuff this month.
Yeah, I've been following. Yeah, you know,
Right?
you're right.
And they're going, look, we don't know what else to call this other than microbiology could have caused it. We're still looking into it, but so far that's our only explanation. So we're not calling it life yet, but like we don't know what else it could be yet. Ancient life, that's dead life still. Okay, like this is the habitable zone is bigger than people think. The range of possibilities is bigger than people think. We're looking for life on Enceladus. That's farther away from the sun. It doesn't even just orbit the star. It orbits fucking Saturn. Is it Saturn? Titan, Enceladus? Yeah, Saturn. And it's an ice world. Why would NASA be looking for life on a frozen ice world like way out there if it wasn't maybe possible that they think life could live there? The where life can start like needs to be this Garden of Eden Earth is a myth. That's a myth that like people you know, the Christians are like push because they want it to seem so finely tuned. We're looking for life all the fuck over the place. We're looking for life on Venus. It's 900 degrees there, right? Like we're looking because scientists think it can happen in other places, in these more complex places, or in these more extreme places. So like,
I'll tell you what, I mean, honestly, to be honest, and I don't think anybody's really said this or talked about this, but like, well, maybe, but I mean, to a certain extent, on a certain natural level, if we did ever find any type of like life on that planet, now thinking about it, it would be a huge stake in Christianity. Like it would be a huge stake through the heart. Like it would, because I mean, there was nobody there to create it essentially. So I mean, organisms are.
They're just going to say he
then
made it over there too.
Well, I guess
they're going to walk around.
Yeah,
it.
you could, because I mean, he created everything.
Though,
so,
yeah. Do their things have souls that go to hell? I've said though that if we find like intelligent life on another planet, and we have that Star Trek First Contact moment, and then they come over and go, hey, it's so nice to meet you. We want to tell you about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I would be like, that's evidence. That's good. That a distant, faraway alien planet also knows about Jesus. I would go to church about that. But that's not, if that ever happens, they're going to be like, what the fuck is a religion? We're doing science
So
over
let me
here.
ask you, in your heart of hearts, deep down, you don't think that, and let's just not call it God, let's call it an entity, that there's an entity that made all of this. You don't think that, you don't feel a single, does the question at least run across your mind at times, like, what if there is an entity? Or is it just not even a thought, a trace of thought in your day-to-day activities?
It used to be a trace of a thought. I mean, I was raised Christian, and things faded, and for a while I was like, maybe it's the Tao, maybe there's some other thing for it. But now I'm a hard atheist because I think that all the gods that are described are either mythological or contradictory. They're impossible, so they can't exist. And if there's something out there that we haven't described with religion yet, but it's the source of everything, I don't think God is going to be the right word for it. I think it'll be so far from God that calling it God would be an insult to religion. So I have no problem saying that God isn't real. The giant entity of the cosmos, the creation entity, the being, this idea of a brainless mind floating in nothingness, creating stuff. No, I don't think that exists. I think brains came later. Yeah.
Well said. Hey, listen, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to keep watching your show. I've seen it multiple times before, but thank you for your time.
I appreciate you. Thanks for being honest. You always are.
Thank you, man.
All right. Good guess. Yeah, good talk there. I love having these kind of conversations. Got a few people I can maybe bring up here. As we're getting a little close to the end of the show. Maybe I'll do a few.
Wow! I thought there were 5 people ahead of me.
Well, I'm gonna bring a couple of people. I don't want to bring too many up here, but
hello.
I will let people know. So board agnostic and born again for people who are interested as things happen here. And oh shit, hold on. I didn't mean to do quite that many. Let me get that one down. Maybe I can just do this.
Hi, could I start off with a question?
Yeah, so first, real quick, I just need to get everyone's age and religion so we can make sure that everyone can be here. And we have about 10 minutes left, but on OBS, the music will sort of start kicking in at some point. But it fades in slow, so just keep going. All right, so what are your ages and religions? Go.
22.
35.
Oh, and Islam, by the way.
Oh yeah, and I'm 56 and atheist. Go ahead.
Am I going to begin, or there's a lot of Christian gentlemen in front of me?
39 and Rastafarian.
Yeah, I just got to make sure that. That's interesting. I got to make sure that no one's underage. If you're under than 18, say how old you are.
22 so Catholic. I am 34 and I'm Christian.
Okay, that all sounds good. All right, so the Christian God is make-believe. I don't know about the Rastafarian God. I think they might be also, though, right? Seti? I would think that your God's make-believe.
It's a subsect of Christianity, so.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's make-believe, sure. And sure the Islam one, yeah.
Can I start the argument? Because I've got an argument that I'm sure every gentleman here would probably be able to join in on.
Yeah, go ahead. Take it away.
In that case, I'd like us to go back to the contingency argument that you loosely mentioned. You did say... do you believe in an independent mover? Because I think you suggested there is one.
No.
No independent mover. Do you believe in an infinite regression then?
Yeah.
An infinite you believe in an infinite regression?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And progression.
No, there is no progression. An infinite regression means there's an infinite regression.
Do you think time is going to stop?
Who said anything about time stopping?
I just saying I also believe in an infinite progression. Do you believe in an infinite progression?
No,
forward time?
There is no infinite... Well, no, there is no infinite progression. Well, at least within my paradigm, and I'm sure within the Christian paradigm as well, there is no infinite progression.
You think time is going to stop?
No, I never suggested that.
So then it goes on eternally forever forward?
Well, what is time?
Just like the sequence of the states of the different universe. You know, like the changing states of the universe progressing.
And what dictates time?
I don't know.
Exactly. So no, you don't know if time is going to go on forever. Let me go back to my initial point. No, that's not. We don't know what it is. You can't know what it is.
So when do you think time's going to stop?
When God dictates it. What do you want me to say, man? Anyways, back to the
Well, yeah,
infinite
I'm just
regression.
curious. I've never heard of that. People in the chat, do you guys think there's an infinite progression or regression?
Well, there couldn't be an infinite regression either.
Well, we already heard your thing, but for the other people, do you guys think that time is going to go forever?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think the universe.
They all think it's eternal.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they can think whatever
And you
they
think
want.
God
We don't have
existed
evidence for
forever
it.
before?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it seems like we all agree. I just don't think there's a God in there.
Well, let me go back to my point, right? An infinite regression.
Well, sure, but give everyone else a turn. Like, you don't just hog the whole thing. Like, everyone, like,
My
if you guys
bad.
want to
I
jump in.
wanted to. Okay, my bad. You know, anyone want to get in on this?
Yes. I guess
You can finish your point. I don't care.
Oh, thanks, man. So an infinite regression can't exist either. This is because it's infinite. The idea is that if you have an infinite number of occurrences that must occur before you can occur, then you will never occur. Think of it as like a line. Let's say for whatever event to happen, you need to reach the front of that line. But the issue is you have an infinite number of people in front of you. The line will never move forward because there's an infinite number of people before you. So the fact that we are here and we are speaking, you and I, suggests that there could never be an infinite regression. It's impossible. And I think like every secular belief.
Well, unless if there's an infinite progression too, then I'm just in the middle of two infinities, and then I could be here.
But that doesn't make sense.
Why not?
I'm confused about
Because
the infinite regression. Like, what
Yeah, just like on a number line, it goes infinite that way. It goes infinitely to negative and infinitely to positive. But you can still travel from like the number 1 to the number 7.
No, you couldn't. In fact, you'd be in the perfect.
You can't go
you'd be in
from 1 to
state.
7 on a number line. Watch
No,
this.
you can't. If you
Watch
have an
this.
infinite-
Watch me. 1, 2, 3. What did I get to? 5. So you get it. Like you can do it.
Brother,
Someone
you
else could do
just messed up math. Like you just
Someone
said an
else could
infinite
do it.
progression.
I'm not the best at. I'm on the spot
but
counting. It's
I'm not saying
difficult.
that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying an infinite progression, infinite regression.
Well, then
The problem
count to
with it is-
4. Like what? From 1 to 4. Like however far I got is fine.
Could you please let me finish my point, man?
Yeah.
Right, so let's say if you have an infinite positive and an infinite negative, if you put them together, what do you get? Infinite positive, infinite negative. Put them together, what do you get? You
Like
get 0.
You plus them?
Yeah, just put them together. If you put one on top of the other,
Oh,
what do you
negative
get?
infinity plus positive infinity?
Yeah.
I guess, maybe 0.
You get 0, meaning nothing will happen. You're in a constant
No,
state.
yeah,
So
we're
like
at
me
the
and you-
0 moment. We're always at T0.
No, the 0 moment would mean nothing. Like, as in, we wouldn't be able to move or
Why are
talk.
you
We're
mad
stuck
about
in a perfect
this?
moment. No, I'm not mad about it. I'm just
But
excited.
you're yelling at me.
I'm sorry. It's because the music's really loud and it's messing with me.
I'm
I
trying
can't
to
hear
turn it
myself.
down. Hold on.
Thanks, man. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to sound aggressive.
It's on this end.
Yeah, I have a question, but it's
go ahead. I gotta set the settings. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like you'd be on 0, and 0 would literally mean nothing happens. Like as in, wow, it's gotten louder. Yeah, as in like there would be no motion. Nothing could happen. The event couldn't occur. Me and you couldn't talk. We'd be in a perfect frame.
Talk about so what does God do?
So God is the independent mover. He is basically what stops an infinite regression. He is the thing at the end, the thing that pushes everything forward.
So he started at one point, or did he exist forever before?
That's kind of he couldn't have been started because then you go back to the infinite regression issue, and obviously we can't have that.
Oh, so when
it's
did he
very
start?
It's very likely that he's always existed. Now, in the Quran, it's not very.
Well, that doesn't
we're
make
not
any
told about
sense.
his
You guys,
origin.
this guy's trying to prove a law. Can you tell him that God didn't exist forever?
Oh, you got you competing with the sounds.
The Father is the same as Allah.
I turned it down. You guys
we
can still
literally
hear
agree
it?
on the same God.
Oh, you got you.
I don't hear this. You guys still hear the music?
Yeah.
It's very loud, man.
I don't hear it in my headphones.
It is. It's not too loud. I'm not gonna lie.
He's playing with you.
Of course, God has existed since forever.
All right, let me mute it.
Even they'll agree with me on
who created God? It doesn't even make sense. Of course, he has existed forever.
Exactly.
I want the music back.
No, absolutely not. Please don't bring it back.
I was.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in since no one's saying anything. So what really strengthened my faith in God was when you look at the Bible and all the prophecies that were prophesied, all of them were fulfilled. So that is something that really strengthened my faith, and maybe it will for you as well.
Yeah.
And also like to study end times, and if you look at the world today, it's almost exactly as the book of Revelation. A bunch of these prophecies says it will play out.
I'm assuming the guy isn't coming back, by the way. Yeah, the guy isn't coming back.
I can see that
Fellas, the guy isn't coming back.
Just do the prophecy.
Yeah. Well, I guess you ran.
Yeah.
My fault, man.
For example, in the Middle East, all the nations trying to create peace that has been prophesied in the Bible. There will be a man, the Antichrist, who will confirm a covenant with many. And that is what we're seeing at the moment.
This music is great.
It is probably the top 10 worst music of all. By the way, I think the guy is actually ran away. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's run away. Well, goodbye, fellas. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Bro, where's the music go? It better turn back on, so. Alright, so what do you guys want to talk about?